Well, Tim, another day, another YouTube AI hellscape unleashed upon us without our asking permission. Trying to gamify the chat. Sorry, folks. Not sure why they're trying to put you in competition. Mortal competition. Chat man against chat man. Man to man, woman to woman, chatter to chatter. This is not right. I don't know why they have done this. I have deselected the option. I think it will not fix it for this one. So for the next one, it'll be gone. But for today, we are gamified. I guess. What will they think of next? Hi, friends. Hello. And welcome to all of our patrons who you just saw, $10 patrons and above's names listed on the video. Thank you very much. We'll be updating that once a month. Thank you very much if you've joined Patreon in the last couple of weeks. Y'all rock. Been lots of people joining, so I appreciate that. And enjoying our gallery of fine art, our commissioned artwork, and our t-shirt giveaways. We'll have a couple more t-shirt giveaways in about 2 weeks. And of course, all patrons also get access to our secret streams and Discord and YouTube channel member squishers as well. We'll probably do one of those next week. And Grey Waste Tim, gosh.
Yes.
Look, you're here.
You've sitting nice and quietly waiting.
Yeah, you have been. No, you were quietly waiting for like 15 minutes while I tried to troubleshoot this whole thing so I could hear you.
There was a call to the producer and everything, but yeah.
It's like, Maynard Plum, how do I turn this gamification off?
No,
anyway.
Today the chat must fight for XP, fight and struggle for our amusement. I have everything and you have nothing.
Tim's already declared himself king of the hill.
This stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. That mole crap sponsors everybody.
Let everyone know not to sign up on Patreon on iPhone app. I've never heard about that. I'll have to dig into that. Okay, Cucumber. That should not be. Now my phone is trying to AI assistant me. Like the AI, Tim. The AI, it's so invasive. I don't want any of it. And it's everywhere. Okay, let's not get me started. Thank you, Tim, for being here with your beautiful self. We have missed you. You were under the weather. We sent you many well-wishings. Hopefully they helped heal you. It was mostly the antibiotics, I'm assuming. But thank you for being here to talk about Barristan the Bold, who's an awesome character. Second place in our Warriors tournament. Now he's getting to stay in the sun.
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks in the Grey Waste. I had they called it a nasal infection, but I'm pretty sure it was a lot of stress related. I have a lot of family issues, but I'm back. Get knocked down, get up again. Ain't ever gonna keep me down. Before we start, I do want to shout out. I got a PayPal from Samantha, and they're asking me if I would read Dagon to them. Which, yes, of course.
Tim will
gladly read stories to you. The question is, there are certain ones that I want to do as live table readings because they relate to Song of Ice and Fire, and then there's other ones that I want to do as pre-record it, sort of like your horror babble, the well-told tale style. Dagon's probably going to be done in the latter, not the former. I don't really have a Song of Ice and Fire connections. Not the way I want to do with Skin Trade or The Thing on the Doorstep, which is a Lovecraft tale involving squishers and skin changing. So I want to do it. We'll do a live table read of that in the near future.
Tim's bedtime stories, even more frightening than old Nan's bedtime stories somehow.
Yeah. And everyone's saying we're both wearing Crown t-shirts. Yes, I am wearing it's you win or you die, because Barristan is not the king maker, he's the king breaker. And like it or not, he's now playing the Game of Thrones, because that's what happens when you pull a coup, And we'll get into that later. But old Barry is now full flung into the game and trying to keep his head above water, because he's not that savvy of a player. Barry is a lot of things, but Machiavellian politician he is not.
It's just amazing how easy it is to find yourself in the middle of a coup. when you don't mean to. It's uncanny. So now we are talking about Barristan Selmy. He is Secret Agent Man, and I'll make this just one level bigger. Here we go. He is the Secret Agent Selmy. He's a mystery knight. He is going in disguise multiple times. Mm-hmm. He's just, he's not only is he bold, he knows how to throw on a disguise. He really does. So it's kind of funny how he thinks about himself as bad at politics, but he does like to sneak around. That he does like to do. It's kind of his go-to move, it turns out to be. So there really is a lot here. Tim, let's just look at, real quick, just remind everyone why we're talking about Barristan, his rich life. Let's just blast through these at a glance right here to give people an idea.
All right, so life at a glance. He's born in either 236, 237. We don't have an exact date, but he is about 67 years old in our current story. Squired for Sir Manfred Swan, which is how he gets his start. At age 10, he sneaks into a tourney. He tries to enter a tourney at Blackhaven as a mystery knight, but most people just laugh at him. It is Prince Duncan Targaryen, Egg's eldest son, named for his Lord Commander, our beloved big boy Dunk, and later Prince Duncan of the Dragonflies, who gives him the nickname Barristan the Bold. He's the only one willing to joust him. And after they unmask and reveal, it was just this 10-year-old kid, he's like, yeah, this is a bold kid, Barristan the Bold. And the name stuck. Age 252, at age 16, he enters another tourney as a mystery knight, and this time at the winter tourney at King's Landing, where he will this time unhorse Prince Duncan and Lord Commander Duncan the Tall. So already, very, very young age, we're already making a big name for ourselves and taking on some titans already.
And it's also cool, Tim, how Barristan is like this thread that connects Dunk and Egg to the main story, along with Bloodraven and a couple others. Like Barristan, it's so funny. Like, first Duncan pats him on the head and was like, "Oh, you're cute." Then 6 years later, another mystery knight shows up and knocks Duncan on his arse, and he's like, "Wait a minute, you're that same damn kid. You damn kids." And then Egg knights him. So this is kind of Summerhall is in 259. So this is all happening. It's about 7 years before Summerhall. This is the high point of Egg's reign here that Barristan is being born into. So at 16, he's now a knight. He's been knighted by the king. It's very, after winning a tourney and defeating the Lord Commander in a joust. So he's definitely gaining a lot of fame, much like Jaime Lannister, but not for the wrong reasons, unlike Jaime Lannister.
Yeah. Yeah, it is important. He is knighted by Egg. He is knighted by King Aegon V. But as you just said, Summerhall happens in 259. We lose Egg. We lose Dunk. We lose Duncan, Prince of Dragonflies. Jaehaerys II ascends the throne. And this becomes, we have a new king, a weak, sickly king. And so we have this band of 9 who see this as an opportunity. And they are, of course, the Ninepenny Kings, one of whom is Meleys the Monstrous, Meleys Blackfire, and the Blackfire see this as their next best chance to take the throne. So we get the 5th Blackfire Rebellion, which is part of this much bigger overarching War of the Ninepenny Kings. But they thought wrong. Jaehaerys is weak, sickly, he's physically weak, but mentally he's sharp, and even from his bed he says, "No, I'm taking the fight to you," and he preeminently launches he doesn't wait for them to land at Massey's Hook or anywhere in Westeros. He takes the fight to the Stepstones, and that is where Barry will make a new name for himself when he cuts his way through the ranks and makes it to Meleys the Monstrous and slays Meleys in single combat, bringing the war to an end.
Yep, and this is now he's gone from fame and tourney to actually doing something that means something. And so he's very, very famous at this point, and that is why he's invited to join the Kingsguard and swears his oath to Gerald Hightower. So just shooting up the ranks. This is a real rock star here. And again, we're told that in terms of swordsmanship, he's on par with Arthur Dayne. And that's why our tournament went down to Arthur Dayne and Barristan. Like, these are two of the greatest swordsmen that have ever held swords in this world. You know, somebody's got to be that person. It's Barristan, Arthur Dayne, people like that, Daemon Blackfire. So now in 277, and I will just say that when we talk about War of Ninepenny Kings in more detail, there are some interesting Phagon comparisons to be made, which we will make. At age 40 in 277, it's the Defiance at Duskendale, rescuing King Aerys, ruining Tywin's plot. Ironically, thinks he's doing a good thing, kind of like ultimately he would have been better if Aerys probably had died there, but we'll talk about that. Yeah. And then he's won several tournaments. Here in 278, 281, he's now in his early 40s, and he defeated Rhaegar at Storm's End. Then in 281, at 44, he put down the Kingswood Brotherhood rebellion with Arthur Dayne and young Jaime Lannister. We'll talk about that. And the Smiling Knight, Simon Toyne, who is related to Miles Toyne, currently leading the Free Company, the Golden Company. The Free Company, known as the Golden Company. So that's what I was trying to say. And then he's still winning tourneys. In 281, he loses to Rhaegar at the tourney of Harrenhal. Did he take a dive? We'll talk about that. Tim definitely thinks so. And then, of course, he's wounded at the Battle of the Trident, forgiven by Robert. He's 45 now. He was involved in the Greyjoy Rebellion at 52. You know, still got it. He's the champion of an unnamed tourney. We don't know what tourney, but he's still winning tourneys at 57. And then just before the story begins, at Joffrey's name day tourney where Littlefinger and Tyrion are exchanging that knife, the cat's paw knife, and making bets, Barristan unhorsed Sandor Clegane. So that's pretty significant. At 61, still knocking off really fearsome dudes like Sandor. And then, of course, at age 63, he's tossed out of the Kingsguard by Cersei, and Joffrey disappears and shows up to save Dany from a sorrowful man and a manticore, and also Ser Jorah. So nice job, Barristan. That's the life at a glance. We're going to get into all that in detail. But yeah, quite an accomplished gentleman, isn't he, Tim?
Yeah, and we'll get into more of his character. I have a lot to say about Barristan because he really is like a catch-22 when we start picking him apart. But we'll get into there when we get into like his reputation and his character. We'll have plenty to go on.
No, Tim, you know what, man? Go ahead and why don't you cook a little bit. It's been a couple weeks. Give me your top of the line emotional take on Barristan. Set the tone for the rest of it.
Yeah. So I consider it's in the notes. I consider Barry kind of a wild card. Now no one can say for certain what's going to happen in Wins until George puts it out and we have it in our hands, hopefully soon. All the best to George. Blah, 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 blah. We all know the blog post. But when it comes to certain characters we can kind of infer. We have a good idea of where their story is going. Barry, not so much. His story can go a number of different ways. And I think a lot of that, to me, in my personal opinion, it depends on, is Barry going to be one of Dany's 3 betrayals? And that is there a potential connection to the Phagon storyline? Will he become disillusioned with Dany, especially as she comes back from the Dothraki Sea more dragon-like? Will he start to see her as oh, you're your father's daughter, and I can't do this again. Like, I can't serve a bad king again. And that's all. And that is what Barry's problem is. Barry is the right man for the right job, but always under the wrong boss. Started good with Jaehaerys II, but he didn't live too long. He was only on the throne for 4 years before sickness took him, and then he ends up underneath the Mad King and the Drunk King, Bobby B. So I said he's too good at his job. If he had lived during the times of good kings like Daeron the Good, Egg, Jaehaerys the Conciliator, perfect. That would have been a match made in heaven to be on Kingsguards for those kings. But no, he is too good of a Kingsguard for the kings that he is serving. And that is why he looks to Dany. Dany is like, hopefully I've hitched my wagon to the right horse on this one. If the third time turns out to be, oh, this is another mad king. You know, I'm sure Barry's going to be even more disillusioned because, and that is his inner conflict, like the Defiance of Duskendale. It's considered his greatest moment, and yet wasn't really worth it because he saved a madman because of the things that Aerys would go on to do in the following years after that moment.
Yeah, and that's really well said. We've seen a lot of Aerys' Kingsguard. I love to bag on them because they are essentially enabling his madness.
Yeah.
And what's that?
Oh, I thought you froze for a moment.
Oh, no, I saw you trying to talk and I froze so you could cook.
Oh no, I was gonna say like yeah, like we were the whole. Sometimes the King's Guard are like that Nuremberg stuff. Like we were just following orders when we're underneath a king like Aerys, which is one of Jaime's internal conflicts. Like we're supposed to protect her, but not from him. Like
Right, and we see that Barristan actually is one of the people that was conflicted about serving Aerys, unlike, Gerald Hightower or even Jaime. Jaime talks about going away inside, but he doesn't really say anything in condemnation about it. He just talks about essentially, yeah, like I said, going away inside. Then he tells Tommen to do that too. So that's cool. Anyway, yeah, and so building on that point, you said there are no old sellswords. There are old sellswords and bold sellswords, but there are no old bold sellswords. But somehow, Barry is a knight, not a sellsword, but he is old and bold. And he's almost died many times, and we don't know how much longer he's going to live. It's a good point about him being a wild card. And shout out to George Martin, author of the series Wild Cards, editor of Wild Cards. He could die at any point, or he could stay alive. I mean, I kind of think he's going to make it back to Westeros. I've got a couple of things in the predictions section that I cooked up this morning, but he definitely, he is, so we're talking about his symbolism. He is Odin-like. So this isn't the first thing I wrote down, but this relates to what we're just talking. So Barristan is a wandering stranger in disguise. That is how Odin appears in many of his stories, specifically the staff and the hooded cloak. That's very, the white beard. Okay, it's very Odin-like. And remember, Odin is not just this tree shaman. He's also, he's named for battle frenzy, the Norse-connected poetic frenzy or inspiration to battle, bloodlust, and frenzy. It all came from the same source, according to them. So, essentially, one of Odin's aspects is the Lord of Battles. He stirs up chaos. He goes on the battlefield and causes weird things to happen. He provokes, we talked about this in the Oberyn Sunspear stream a few years back. Oberyn Martell is a big Odin figure with his spear and his chaos. So Barristan's got a little bit of that too. Like we said, he ends up in the middle of coups. He's the king breaker. He does enter the battle and cause things to happen. He makes a difference, tilts the side to one or the other. So, yeah, there is a very Odin-like aspect to him. And there's a quote that goes along with that, which we'll pull up. And this is what we're going to do today. We're going to sort of bounce back and forth between the Kindle. Oh, what book is this? Clash. And our notes. Because some of these quotes are too long to copy and paste. The key, that word is key. I know that now. I've been reading it as quay for years. It's not, it's the key. Anyways, as they made their way toward the next key, Ser Jorah laid a hand against the small of her back. Oh, which characters do you want to do? So this is when they meet Arstan Whitebeard.
Oh.
So we've got Dany and we've got Jorah. Why don't you do Jorah and I'll do Dany?
Okay. Ser Jorah laid a hand against the small of her back. Your Grace, you are being followed. No, do not turn. He guided her gently toward a brass seller's booth. This is a noble work, my queen, he proclaimed loudly, lifting a large platter for inspection. See how it shines in the sun?
Oh, I guess I'll do the brass seller. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The brass was polished to a high sheen. Dany could see her face in it, and when Ser Jorah angled it to the right, she could see behind her. I see a fat brown man and an older man with a staff. Which is it?
Both of them. They have been following us since we left Quicksilver.
The ripples in the brass stretched the strangers queerly, making one man seem long and gaunt, the other immensely squat and broad. A most excellent brass, great lady, the merchant exclaimed. Bright as the sun, and for the mother of dragons, only 30 honors. The platter was worth no more than 3. Where are my guards? Dany declared. This man is trying to rob me. For Jorah, she lowered her voice and spoke in the common tongue. They may not mean me ill. Men have looked at women since time began. Perhaps it is no more than that. The brass seller ignored their whisperings. 30? Did I say 30? Such a fool I am. The price is 20 honors. All the brass in this booth is not worth 20 honors, Dany told him as she studied the reflections. The old man had the look of Westeros about him, and the brown-skinned one must weigh 20 stone. The usurper offered a lordship to the man who kills me, and these two are far from home. Or they could be creatures of the warlocks, meant to take me unawares. 10 Khaleesi, because you are so lovely. Use it for a looking-glass. Only brass this fine could capture such beauty. It might serve to carry night soil. If you threw it away, I might pick it up, so long as I did not need to stoop. But pay for it? Dany's such a good bargainer. She shoved the platter back into his hands. Worms have crawled up your nose and eaten your wits. 8 honors, he cried. My wives will beat me and call me fool, but I am a helpless child in your hands. Come, 8. That is less than it is worth. What do I need with dull brass when Zarzo and Daxos feeds me off plates of gold? As she turned to walk off, Dany let her glance sweep over the strangers. The brown man was near as wide as he'd looked in the platter, with a gleaming bald head and smooth cheeks of a eunuch. A long, curving arak was thrust through the sweat-stained yellow silk of his belly band. Above the silk, he was naked but for an absurdly tiny cross-studded vest. I love the tiny vest. Old scars crisscrossed his tree-trunk arms, huge chest, and massive belly, pale against his nut-brown skin. Take it away, Tim.
The other man wore a traveler's cloak of undyed wool, the hood thrown back. Long white hair fell to his shoulders, and a silky white beard covered the lower half of his face. He leaned his weight on a hardwood staff as tall as he was. Only fools would stare so openly if they meant me harm. All the same, it might be prudent to head back toward Jago and Ago. The old man does not wear a sword, she said to Jorah in the common tongue as she drew him away.
The brass merchant came hopping after them. 5 honors. For 5 it is yours. It was meant for you.
It's such a comedy sketch because he's still there trying to sell this off. Ser Jorah said, a hardwood staff can crack a skull as well as any mace.
4. I know you want it. He danced in front of them, scampering backward as he thrust the platter at their faces. Do they follow?
Lift that up a little higher, the knight told the merchant. Yes, the old man pretends to linger at a potter stall, but the brown one has eyes only for you.
2 honors. 2. The merchant was panting heavily from the effort of running backward. Pay him before he kills himself, Dany told Ser Jorah, wondering what she was going to do with the huge brass platter. She turned back as he reached for the coins, intending to put an end to this mummer's farce. The blood of the dragon would not be herded through the bazaar by an old man and a fat eunuch.
A Carthene stepped into her path. Mother of dragons, for you. He knelt and thrust a jewel box into her face.
Dany took it almost by reflex. Sorry, I just need to recover from that. The box was carved wood, its mother-of-pearl lid inlaid with jasper and chalcedony. You are too generous. She opened it. Within was a glittering green scarab carved from onyx and emerald. Beautiful, she thought. This will help pay for our passage. Just want to point out, Dany is practically minded here. She's not just gawking at the pretty thing. Like, she's like, oh, okay, this is worth something. This will help. Anyway, as she reached inside the box, the man said, I am so sorry. But she hardly heard. The scarab unfolded with a hiss. Tim.
Danny caught a glimpse of a malign black face, almost human, and an arched tail dripping venom. And then the box flew from her hand in pieces, turning end over end. Sudden pain twisted her fingers. As she cried out and clutched her hand, the brass merchant let out a shriek. A woman screamed, and suddenly the Qartheen were shouting and pushing each other aside. Ser Jorah slammed past her, and Danny stumbled to one knee. She heard the hiss again. The old man drove the butt of his staff into the ground. Aggo came riding through an egg cellar stall and vaulted from his saddle. Jogo's whip cracked overhead. Ser Jorah slammed the eunuch over the head with the brass platter. Sailors and whores and merchants were fleeing or shouting or both.
As long as we're doing sound effects, Tim, I think that platter made a pretty good sound when it whacked Belwas on the head there. Jorah probably hit him as hard as he could. Your Grace, 1,000 pardons. The old man knelt. It's dead. Did I break your hand? She closed her fingers, wincing. I don't think so. I had to knock it away, he started, but her blood riders were on him before he could finish. Aggo kicked his staff away, and Jogo seized him round the shoulders, forced him to his knees, and pressed a dagger to his throat.
Khaleesi, we saw him strike you. Would you see the color of his blood?
Release him. Dany climbed to her feet. Look at the bottom of his staff, blood of my blood. Ser Jorah had been shoved off his feet by the eunuch. She ran between them as Arak and Longsword both came flashing from their sheaths. Put down your steel. Stop it.
Your Grace. Mormont lowered his sword only an inch. These men attacked you.
They were defending me. Dany snapped her hand to take the sting from her fingers. It was the other one, the Qartheen. When she looked around, he was gone. He was a sorrowful man. There was a manticore in that jewel box he gave me. This man knocked it out of my hand. The brass merchant was still rolling on the ground. She went to him and helped him to his feet. Were you stung? No, good lady, he said, shaking, or else I would be dead. But it touched me. When it fell from the box, it landed on my arm. He had soiled himself, she saw, and no wonder. So I guess those things kill with one strike, yeah.
Yeah. It's probably a very potent venom.
She gave him his silver for his trouble and sent him on his way before she turned back to the old man with the white beard. Who is it that I owe my life to? You owe me nothing, your grace. I am called Arstan, though Belwas named me Whitebeard on the voyage here. Though Jogo had released him, the old man remained on one knee. Aggo picked up his staff, turned it over, cursed softly in Dothraki, scraped the remains of the manticore off on a stone, and handed it back. Who is Belwas?
The huge brown eunuch swaggered forward, sheathing his arc. I am Belwas, strong Belwas, they name me in the fighting pits of Meereen. Never did I lose. He slapped his belly, covered with scars. I let each man cut me once before I kill him. Count the cuts and you will know how many strong Belwas are slain.
I knew you had a strong Belwas. Dany had no need to count his scars. There were many. She could see it at a glance. And why are you here, strong Belwas?
From Meereen I am sold to Qohor, and then to Pentos, and the fat man with sweet steak in his hair.
Who doesn't have any slaves, because there's no slavery in Pentos. Carry on.
He it was who sent strong Belwas back across the sea, and old Whitebeard to serve him.
The fat man with sweet stink in his hair. Illyrio? You were sent by Magister Illyrio? We were, your grace, old Whitebeard replied. The Magister begs your kind indulgence for sending us in his stead, but he cannot sit a horse. He's too fat to sit a horse, as he did in his youth, and sea travel upsets his digestion. Yes, we all know about Illyrio's digestion. Earlier he had spoken in the Valyrian of the Free Cities, but now he changed to the common tongue. I regret if we caused you alarm. If truth be told, we were not certain. We expected someone more... Regal? Dany laughed. She had no dragon with her, and her raiment was hardly queenly. You speak the common tongue well, Arstan. Are you of Westeros? I am. I was born on the Dornish marches, your grace. As a boy I squired for the knight, a knight of Lord Swan's household. And this is all true. That's all factual. He held the tall staff upright beside him like a lance in need of a banner. Now I squire for Belwas.
A bit old for such, aren't you? Ser Jorah had shouldered his way to her side, holding the brass platter awkwardly under his arm. Belwas's hard head had left it badly bent.
Not too old to serve my liege, Lord Mormont.
You know me as well?
I saw you fight a time or two at Lannisport, where you near unhorsed the Kingslayer, and on Pike there as well. You do not recall, Lord Mormont?
Ser Jorah frowned. Your face seems familiar, but there were hundreds at Lannisport and thousands on Pike, and I am no lord. Bear Island was taken from me. I am but a knight.
A knight of my Queensguard, Dany took his arm, and my true friend and good counselor. She studied Arsten's face. He had a great dignity to him, a quiet strength she liked. Rise, Arsten Whitebeard, be welcome. Strong Belwas. Or be welcome, Strong Belwas. Ser Jorah, you know. Co-Ago and Co-Jogo are blood of my blood. They crossed the red waste with me and saw my dragons born.
Horse boys! Belwas grinned toothily. Belwas has killed many horse boys in the fighting pits. They jingle when they die.
Agos Arak leapt to his hand. Never have I killed a fat brown man. Belwas will be the first. Okay, that's enough. So this gives you... we kept reading because this is also the Illyrio sent Barristan quote, which we had lined up for later as well. And that is part of the plot. But yeah, I've heard of horse girls, but not horse boys, Stephanie. That's true. Horse girls are a thing.
Yeah. She asked them, like, what will Magister Illyrio have of me? Send you all the way from Pentos. He would have dragons, and the girl who makes them, he would have you. So.
They said your audio was a little quiet, Tim. I just turned you up. We'll see if that fixes it. And then real quick, let me see if I missed. Yes. Be wary of an old man in a profession that most men die young in. Good point, Simric.
Exactly.
How many kings have died on your watch? I was used against him. Welcome to Squisher, XGN, Huzzah, Sir Lightbringer. Welcome back, Tim. Hey, thanks, Summertime. And shout out to the person that said the only AI they respect played for the Sixers in the 90s. Oh, yeah. You know that AI, don't you, Tim?
Which one?
Iverson?
Oh, AI. I haven't heard that name in years.
Yeah, it's been a minute. We're talking about practice? All right, so we were doing symbolism. We backdoored into symbolism there. We started with Odin, but let's go back to the beginning. And someone in the chat mentioned the Turkic-Persian translation of Arstan, which I have here. It means lion and fearless warrior. And you can find variations of this word, including Aslan. Aslan the lion. That is taken from the Persian version of this word, I believe. So that is related to Arstan. And of course, you know, it's not only lion, but also fearless warrior. So it's a warrior who's like a lion. And specifically Barristan, he's a white lion. He's an old lion, you know, proud, still strong. And what's interesting is that, of course, Dany has a white lion in her story. Of course, Drogo kills a white lion and skins it. And that's called the Harakar, and she makes she wears the lion pelt, and it basically reminds her of Drogo, and it symbolizes to the Dothraki that she has Drogo's strength inside of her. Is the way that she thinks about it. So it's kind of like a Solar King symbol, but there might be more to it, you know, because the Lion of Night is this dark lion, and the Golden Lion is. You know, we see a lot of golden lions with the Lannisters and stuff like that, but this is a white lion. So it's kind of like a winter lion or an old lion. That's how I think about it.
Yeah. Protection. And he did, for a time, he was protecting a lion, but that same lion dismissed him for being too old.
And XGN is mentioning the names also associated with independence, vivacity, and a deep love for order and creation. A lot of that goes with the warrior identity. Order, the warriors are basically fighting to keep order in some cases. And there's all the meanings of his related names kind of go together. So check this out. His dad's name was Lionel, and Lionel means lion cub, but also noble or nobility. So again, we have these ideas of a lion, a warrior, a noble warrior, a fearless warrior, things like that. Majesty, power. And Harvest Hall itself, the sigil, is the sheafs of golden grain on a brown field. So this is very typical earthy green man harvest symbolism, the bounty of the earth, the cornucopia, stuff like that. And they're sworn to House Baratheon, who of course has all the green man symbolism. So this is pretty standard ice and fire, green man, earth man kind of symbolism that he has from House Selmy. But the thing is that he leaves that. When he's knighted at 16, Tim, his cousin ends up marrying the woman that he was betrothed to, and then he joins the others. Joins the Kingsguard. Sorry, it's same thing. Because, of course, the Kingsguard symbolize the others. And what's interesting is that when he joins the Kingsguard, he is not only taking on this other symbolism of their snow white armor, their pale shadow, ghostly in the moonlight descriptions and stuff like that. He's specifically letting go of all the fertility. So he's letting go of the sigil of House Selmy, the sigil of the grain sheaves, and trading it in for a snow white field. And instead of marrying this girl and having children and being the heir to his house, he passes that on, doesn't have children, and lives this life of celibacy. So you don't actually have to do that, Barristan. You just can't get married and have kids. But he took it seriously, I think. So Barristan seems very celibate. In any case, we will get to the Shara Dane thing in a minute. But the point is, he leaves all the fertility symbolism behind of Harvest Hall and the idea of having a family to join the Kingsguard. And not only does it he put on that snow white armor of the Kingsguard, he also, Barristan himself, we meet him with snow white hair and pale blue eyes. So he's looking like another already.
Yeah, and that's why it's important. Like I always say, whenever the sigils tell a story, and the same's happening here with Barristan and House Selmy as a whole, because we have our growing season, which is in spring and summer. Then you harvest in the fall. So those house colors, the brown and the gold, they're very autumn colors. But Barristan has left all of that behind when joining the Kingsguard to enter a state of perpetual winter. All of those rest of the growing and the harvesting season are gone. Now you don the white cloak. So him having the white cloak, the white hair, white skin, blue eyes, shows like a summer king entering the world of others.
And he's presented right next to Renly the Summer King to really make this obvious. I didn't include the Renly description, but this is Sansa meeting Barristan and Renly on the King's Road. We actually get three. So the Hound is there as the dark shadow. Barristan is there as this white shadow, and Renly is there as this green Summer King, green man figure. So Barristan's description: one knight wore an intricate suit of white enameled scales, brilliant as a field of new fallen snow, with silver chasings and clasps that glittered in the sun. When he removed his helm, Sansa saw that he was an old man, with hair as pale as his armor, yet he seemed strong and graceful for all that. From his shoulders hung the pure white cloak of the Kingsguard. So you get this other symbolism, but there's also the solar symbolism. And so this is the white lion. Okay, the gold glittering in the sun gives you the lion identity, but this is an old man. He's in the winter of his years. He still has that purity and nobility of the sun. So it's like a phase in the life of the Sun King. And of course, in Ice and Fire, the sun goes through a lot, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we see this other symbolism. It's well presented in his very first scene there. And going back here to a couple of the names, Barristan comes from barrister, as in a court advocate. They talk about passing the bar. That comes from the word barrister. It's an older word for lawyer, essentially. So a court advocate. The Kingsguard aren't lawyers, but they are always at court. So that's kind of an overlap. And we see that actually Dany does call on Barristan for counsel, specifically. Other kings do that too. They call on counsel. And also the Kingsguard represents the royal family in any sort of trial by combat or anything like that. So All of those court advocate lawyer meanings are there with the Kingsguard, especially with Barristan. I had to think about that for a second. I was like, lawyer, huh? I was like, oh, okay. I get that. Yeah, no, not barista. Definitely drink some coffee if you need it, but I don't think that's it. And then Selmy, I found the word Selma, which comes from Anselma, and this is a Germanic word which has variants in Germanic languages. So it means God's helmet or protection. And obviously that makes sense for a Kingsguard, right? That doesn't take, a rocket scientist. Now, the Swedish version of Anselma has a connotation of a beautiful view. And so we think of Barristan, given the offer the tower with an ocean view to die in, which he scorns. So all that is here in his name, isn't it?
Yeah. And we've said, like, George always puts a lot of thought into the names. He's always everything with these characters, especially our POV characters, is layers upon layers upon layers.
Yep, that's it. And that's the more you peel apart and the more you see how it fits together, the better you feel about interpreting it this way. So go ahead and read this one, Tim. This is Barristan not getting any sleep, not since the Trident.
If this one may be so bold, sir, you should do the same. You do not sleep the whole night through.
And that's Miss Missandei talking.
Not for many years, child, not since the Trident. Grand Maester Pycelle had once told him that old men do not need as much sleep as the young, but it was more than that. He had reached that age when he was loath to close his eyes for fear that he might never open them again. Other men might wish to die in bed asleep, but that was no death for a knight of the Kingsguard. The nights are too long, he told Missandei, and there is much and more to do always, here as in the Seven Kingdoms.
I relate to that. I don't really sleep that much either, so I get it. But it's it's interesting, like, he's got, he's called Sir Grandfather, but he really does have that caring grandfatherly aspect where he's like, oh, I cut off the line, but he wishes Missandei well. He's like, oh, hopefully you won't have any nightmares. Go back to sleep, Yeah. So,
it's also, it reminds me again, it's another Robert Frost poem. So we know Song of Ice and Fire comes from a Robert Frost poem, but there's another one, which is Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening, and that's the one where we get the famous line, the woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. And Barristan is almost, it sounds like he's saying exactly the same thing, like, can't go to sleep, too much to do. It echoes this other poem from Robert Frost. And it doesn't just happen with Barry, it happens with numerous characters.
Wow, Tim, you've just been captured by the Othinic frenzy of poetic inspiration. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Just busting out the poetry comparisons, not even in the... You never know with Grey Waste Tim. Learned fellow, that Grey Waste Tim. So here's... The other scene I want to read right here is the one where he's booted from the Kingsguard. And it just gives... This is sort of talk... This is where Barristan becomes a real character, kind of. He's just scenery until this. And this is... This reminds me a little bit of Tyrion's speech at the trial, when he's sort of saying what he really thinks, that he's been holding it in for a while, and we get some of that here. So let's see.
So as Lord Slint took his place,
why don't you do Barristan this time? I'll give you the powerful Barristan lines, and I will do like Cersei and Pycelle here.
Okay. So.
As Lord Slint took his place, Grand Maester Pycelle resumed. Lastly, in these times of treason and turmoil, with our beloved Robert so lately dead, it is the view of the council that the life and safety of King Joffrey is of paramount importance. He looked to the queen. Cersei stood. Sir Barristan Selmy, stand forth.
Sir Barristan had been standing at the foot of the Iron Throne, as still as any statue, but now he went to one knee and bowed his head. Your Grace, I am yours to command.
Rise, Sir Barristan, Cersei Lannister said. You may remove your helm. And
My
remember
lady.
that his name means protective helmet. Like, this is an important part of him. Go ahead.
My lady. Standing, the old knight took off his high white helm, though he did not seem to understand why.
You have served the realm long and faithfully, good sir, and every man and woman in the Seven Kingdoms owes you thanks. Yet now I fear your service is at an end. It is the wish of king and council that you lay down your heavy burden.
My burden? I fear I do not...
The new-made Lord Janos Slynt spoke up, his voice heavy and blunt. Her Grace is trying to tell you that you are relieved as Lord Commander of the Kingsguard.
The tall, white-haired knight seemed to shrink as he stood there, scarcely breathing. Your Grace, he said at last, the Kingsguard is a sworn brotherhood. Our vows are taken for life. Only death may relieve the Lord Commander of his sacred trust.
Whose death, Sir Barristan? The Queen's voice was soft as silk, but her words carried the whole length of the hall. Yours or your king's? You let my father... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
That was immediately. You let my father die, Joffrey said accusingly from the Iron Throne. You're too old to protect anybody.
Sansa watched as the knight peered up at his new king. She had never seen him look his years before, yet now he did.
Your Grace, he said, I was chosen for the White Swords in my 23rd year. It was all I had ever dreamt from the moment I first took sword in hand. I gave up all claim to my ancestral keep. The girl I was to wed married my cousin in my place. I had no need of land or sons. My life would be lived for the realm. Sir Gerald Hightower himself heard my vows, to ward the king with all my strength, to give my blood for his. I fought beside the White Bull and Prince Lewin of Dorne, aside Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Before I served your father, I helped shield King Aerys and his father Jaehaerys before him. 3 kings.
And all of them dead, Littlefinger pointed out. Your time is done, Cersei Lannister announced. Joffrey requires men around him who are young and strong. The council has determined that Sir Jaime Lannister will take your place as the Lord Commander of the Sworn Brothers of the White Swords.
The Kingslayer, Sir Barristan said, his voice hard with contempt. The false knight who profaned his blade with the blood of the king he had sworn to defend?
Have a care for your words, sir, the Queen warned. You are speaking of our beloved brother, your king's own blood. Lord Varys spoke, gentler than the others.
We are not unmindful of your service, good sir. Lord Tywin Lannister has generously agreed to grant you a handsome tract of land north of Lannisport, beside the sea, with gold and men sufficient to build you a stout keep, and servants to see to your every need. Sir Barristan looked up sharply. A hall to die in, and men to bury me. I thank you, my lords, but I spit upon your pity. He reached up and undid the clasps that held his cloak in place, and the heavy white garment slithered from his shoulders to fall into a heap on the floor. His helmet dropped with a clang. I am a knight, he told them. He opened the silver fastenings of his breastplate and let that fall as well. I shall die a knight.
A naked knight, it would seem, quipped Littlefinger. They all laughed then, Joffrey on his throne and the lords standing attendants, Janos Slynt and Queen Cersei and Sandor Clegane, who Barristan unhorsed just a couple years ago, remember, and even the other men of the Kingsguard, the 5 who had been his brothers until a moment ago. Surely that must have hurt the most, Sansa thought. Her heart went out to the gallant old man as he stood shamed and red-faced, too angry to speak. Finally, he drew his sword. Sansa heard... And by the way, I just want to give a moment for Sansa, endlessly empathetic and kind character Sansa. No matter what's going on with her, she always is empathetic. That's why I like her. Anyway, Sansa heard someone gasp. Sir Boros and Sir Meryn moved forward to confront him, but Sir Barristan froze them in place with a look that dripped contempt.
Have no fear, sirs. Your king is safe. No thanks to you. Even now, I could cut through the 5 of you as easy as a dagger cuts cheese. If you would serve under the Kingslayer, not a one of you is fit to wear the white. He flung his sword at the foot of the Iron Throne. Here, boy, melt it down and add it to the others if you like. It will do you more good than the swords in the hands of these 5. Perhaps Lord Stannis will chance to sit on it when he takes your throne.
Ooh, burn. Burn. We're getting into it now.
He took the long way out, his steps ringing loud against the floor and echoing off the bare stone walls. Lords and ladies parted to let him pass. Not until the pages had closed the great oak and bronze doors behind him did Sansa hear sounds again. Soft voices, uneasy stirrings, the shuffle of papers from the council table. He called me boy, Joffrey said peevishly, sounding younger than his years. He talked about my Uncle Stannis too! I think we can cut it off there.
Just a tiny bit more. Idle talk, said Varys the eunuch, without meaning.
He could be making plots with my uncles. I want him seized and questioned. Joffrey raised in voice. I want him seized!
We're going to have to do a Joffrey stream, Tim. There's no way around it. I need 2 hours of this. Janos Slynt rose from the council table. My gold cloaks will see to it, your grace.
Good. Lord Janos strode from the hall, his ugly sons double-stepping to keep up as they lugged the great metal shield with the arms of House Slynt.
Your grace, Littlefinger reminded the king, if we might resume, the 7 are now 6. Okay, and then they go on. Okay, so... That was delightful. Thank you, Tim. It's good to have you back. We got 420 people in the stream right now.
Yeah, that would have been a time where my nasal infection voice would have actually helped with Joffrey.
It was more the emotion. I mean, than the vocal tone, really. You have a Joffrey inside of you, and I think that was a surprise to all of us.
Oh, that's terrible. Cut it out. Literally cut it, get a knife and cut it out of me.
You summoned that emotion you have stored up from when you were unfairly blamed for your brother disappearing at the mall that one time. Deep cathartic story that Tim gave us one time. All right. So that gives you an idea about Barristan's symbolism. As you can say, all of his names, his house sigil, it's showing this dignified white lion warrior. He has, become frozen or otherized in some sense. However, if we think about the character, how he kind of keeps switching sides, he might be symbolizing this character that we call the good other, who seems to be someone with ice magic or an other bloodline or heritage that ends up joining House Stark. And sometimes this looks like the last hero or just one of the Night's Watch. We think of Cold Hands, who's an ice white, but he's fighting for Team Living. The idea that Bran the Builder built the wall, but the wall is clearly built out of ice and ice magic. So was Bran the Builder an ice wizard because he had the blood of the other? There's multiple lines of inquiry that lead us to this idea that like someone on Team Stark was wielding ice magic at some point. And this Jon Snow is the ultimate good other character. Okay, he has lots of other symbolism. His name is Jack Frost, and his mother is a Night's Queen symbol, and he's, growing cold and hard at the wall and might be stolen by the others just as he joined the wildlings, etc., etc. So I think that Barristan has a lot in common with Jon symbolically and might even foreshadow Jon as far as Dany having an ice dragon, white lion partner. Okay, so when I say ice dragon, I mean ice dragon, okay? Go ahead and crank this one out here, Tim.
The water, when it came, was only lukewarm, but Selmy lingered in the bath until it had grown cold and scrubbed his skin till it was raw. Clean as he had ever been, he rose, dried himself, and clad himself in whites. Stockings, small clothes, silken tunic, padded jerkin, all fresh washed and bleached. Over that he donned the armor that the queen had given him as a token of her esteem. The mail was gilded, finely wrought, the links as supple as good leather, the plate enameled, hard as ice and bright as new fallen snow. His dagger went on one hip, his long sword on the other, hung from a white leather belt with golden buckles. Last of all, he took down his long white cloak and fastened it about his shoulders. The helm he left upon its hook. The narrow eye slit limited his vision, and he needed to be able to see for what was to come. The halls of the pyramid were dark at night, and foes could come at you from either side. Besides, though the ornate dragon's wings that adorned the helm were splendid to look upon, they could too easily catch a sword or axe. This outfit has no practical use in combat. He would leave them for his next tourney if the Seven should grant him one.
So I love how George reels it out here. He's like, oh yeah, white armor, hard as ice, bright as new fallen snow, standard Kingsguard stuff. Not going to carry the helmet. It's kind of impractical, those big dragon wings.
Yeah.
It's an ice dragon costume, folks. I mean, that's what it is. He's got a bunch of icy armor, and he's got a white dragon helmet. So this is the ice dragon. And you think of Jon Snow potentially having white hair, having the white wolf, being covered in ice, things like that. Jon, of course, is a Targaryen dragon frozen in the north. So there's like 15 references to the ice dragon in the books. 12 of them are in Jon chapters. He's very heavily associated with it. And so Dany has this ice dragon as her right hand, so it's kind of like, will she get a new one in Westeros? Will Jon be her ice dragon? Probably. I mean, I think so, Tim. I think that's the way it's heading. And then a couple other ice dragon figures I thought of. Aemon the Dragon Knight, similar thing, a Targaryen in Kingsguard armor, kind of makes him an ice dragon. And like Barristan, Aemon the Dragon Knight is a rescuer. Just like, Barristan rescued Aerys from Duskendale. He also rescued a Septa and a woman at the Kingswood Brotherhood. It's in my quick facts. Who did he rescue?
Lady Swan.
Thank you. Because he squired for Lord Swan. So then he rescued Lady Jane Swan. This is either the girl he should have been sleeping with surreptitiously while he was squiring for Lord Swan, or perhaps Lord Swan's wife. Probably his daughter, I'm guessing. But in any case, we can imagine that there was a courtly romance that was never fulfilled between them because, they grew up together and then he rescues her. It's very chivalrous. So he's a rescuer, just like Aemon the Dragon Knight. So that is part of this good other figure. The last hero may have rescued a child from Night's King and Queen. Sam rescues Gilly's baby. Ned is a Stark who is rescuing Jon, and he also takes Theon. Both Jon and Theon have Night's Queen mothers. So there's this whole pattern involving the Starks and, taking an other baby and stuff like that. So Fagon is also an ice dragon. He is we don't know. He's not Rhaegar's son, but if he's a Blackfire, he's still a Targaryen. And he wears all this blue. He dyes everything blue, and he's hiding his identity. So much like Jon is hiding his identity, he's hiding it so well he doesn't even know it. He's a hidden dragon under the snow, under the ice. Fagon has that same symbolism. And then also Baelor the Blessed, of course. He has the marble statue. It's like an ice statue, but he is a Targaryen. And he's more of a Night's King figure who locks people up. He locks up the women in the Maiden Vault. And then there's Aemon One-Eye as well. So without going off track too much, I just want to show you there is this archetype of ice dragon figures. They do seem to do different things. Sometimes they're more of a hero. Sometimes they look more like Night's King. But then if you go back to Welsh or Irish myth, Baelor and Lug are grandfather and grandson, and they are on the opposite sides. So in any case, does Barristan foreshadow Jon in some way? Barristan goes in disguise as Arstan Whitebeard. Jon doesn't go in disguise, but he does join the wildlings. And he is doing a secret agent thing because he's still actually a Night's Watchman. So he's putting on the fake identity of someone who wants to join the Wildlings, and he wears a white wool cloak, just like Barristan wears a cloak of undyed wool. So,
yeah, and of course, like the description of his armor and the dragon helm, like fresh fallen snow, hard as ice, and of course that makes your mind is automatically led to think of Jon and Jon's dream of killing Robb, where he's in a armor of black ice. And it's like, so this is the inverse. He's got the white ice. So it's both Barristan's costume, but then also Euron's black Valyrian steel armor. And we're supposed to think of Jon could be someone who could wear either one of those. He fits the mold for both.
Yep. And then, of course, he's going to be in Ghost, and then he'll have his white armor on. So, yeah, like I said, the sun goes through a lot in Ice and Fire, gets darkened and comes back to life. It's killed, it bleeds, gets old and gray, all kinds of things. So, that is Barristan's symbolism. It's not super complex, but it's pretty powerful. It certainly adds to the character. We can see both the idea of the noble old warrior lion that suits him very well, but it also ties in to Dany very well, because Dany already, like I said, has a protective white lion, the pelt, and then she meets Barristan. Barristan turns into an ice dragon to match Dany, and Dany's going to eventually ally with I was going to say hook up with, but we'll just say ally with another ice dragon, Jon. And then, so this is the idea that he goes from this fertility harvest symbolism to the sterile, infertile other symbolism, but then at the end might be coming back around to help Dany restore her dynasty. That kind of fits the arc. Like the sun has to come back after the long night, even if it is old and bedraggled and worse for wear or whatever. So, yeah. All right, let's start in with some of these scenes. Basically, we're gonna go. Barristan has 4 chapters. I thought about I thought he had 1 chapter. I was like, oh, we'll just read it, but no, he's actually got 4, and then 1.5 from TWOW. So we have taken some of the deep cuts and organized them by his most famous scenes. Which one is this?
Well, this is Jaime going over the white. When Jaime goes to read his section of the White Book.
I was going to say, is this Storm or Feast?
I believe it's Storm.
We're about to find out. Correct. Take it away, and I think this is all inner monologue, so we'll just take turns.
Yeah. Sir Barristan Selmy had preceded Jaime as Lord Commander. The shield atop his page showed the arms of House Selmy, 3 stalks of wheat, yellow on a brown field. Jaime was amused, though unsurprised, to find that Sir Barristan had taken the time to record his own dismissal before leaving the castle. So again, let's just reflect on how much of a badass move that is. You just insulted the king, you know they're after you, you're purposefully taking the long way, and you still stop to, I gotta record this in the book before I go.
Dear diary, got fired today for speaking my mind. Don't regret it.
Sign the guest book. F you. F you. You're cool. F you. I'm out.
Petty King Barristan Selmy.
Mm-hmm. Sir Barristan of House Selmy, firstborn son of Sir Lionel Selmy of Harvest Hall, served as squire to Sir Manfred Swan, named the Bold in his 10th year when he donned borrowed armor to appear as a mystery knight in the tourney at Blackhaven, where he was defeated and unmasked by Duncan, Prince of Dragonflies.
Even calling it a defeat is like, I was defeated in combat at the age of 10. But like, okay, well, not exactly, but sure.
Yeah. You mean you got steamrolled, but all right. Humble, the most humble. Knighted in his 16th year by King Aegon V Targaryen after performing great feats of prowess as a mystery knight in the winter tourney at King's Landing, defeating Prince Duncan the Small and Sir Duncan the Tall, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Slew Maelys the Monstrous, last of the Blackfire Pretenders in single combat during the War of the Ninepenny Kings. Defeated Lormel Longlance and Cedric Storm, the Bastard of Bronzegate. Named to the Kingsguard in his 23rd year by Lord Commander Sir Gerald Hightower. defended the passage against all challengers in the tourney of the Silver Bridge, victor in the melee at Maidenpool, brought King Aerys II to safety during the Defiance of Duskendale, despite an arrow wound in the chest.
So hang on a quick second here. I love how George does this one line: defended the passage against all challengers in the tourney of the Silver Bridge. This sounds like some sort of unusual melee combat thing in honor of Sandok the Shadow or something, where it's like King of the Hill. Or actually, it sounds a little bit like the crossing game that the Freys play.
Yeah, or
doesn't it?
In the Mystery Night, when at Butterwell's tourney, there's that revolving door of guys like the ladies champions, the bride to be's champions. There's always 5 of them, but then one of them gets taken out and they swap places. So it seems like maybe he was lined up as one of the original 5 and he was never defeated. Like every challenger that came at him, he never swapped out. He never stopped being King of the Hill.
It sounds like they came up with something sort of unique based on the bridge. Defended the passage. So
he's not holding the door, he's holding the bridge. He held the bridge. Let's see.
I just thought that was interesting. Like we never even have heard about that. It's just something that George thought of. Maybe he'll expand on it one day. Despite an arrow wound in the chest, avenged the murder of his sworn brother, Sir Gawain Gaunt. Who's Gawain Gaunt?
Let's check the wiki.
That wouldn't have been at Duskendale, would it?
This is. I assume this is after, because it's saying. Well, it comes after Duskendale.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
And then he goes on to talk about rescuing Lady Jane Swan and her scepter from the Kingswood Brotherhood and defeating.
So when King Aerys accepted the invitation to go to Duskendale, which led to this whole thing, Gawain accompanied him as part of his escort. And upon arrival, when Aerys was taken captive, Gawain was slain by Sir Simon Hollard, the master at arms to the Darklands.
Oh, okay. And Barristan slew a few people on the way out, so maybe he got him.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another reason why Barristan was so motivated to do this, to save Aerys. Like, oh, he killed one of my brothers. We know how Barristan takes that pretty seriously, so... Mm-hmm. He also, not only did he rescue Jane Swan and her scepter, he also defeated Simon Toyne. Arthur killed him, but he defeated him first. And the Smiling Knight. No, backwards. He killed Simon Toyne and defeated the Smiling Knight, with Arthur Dane then slaying him after.
Yeah. So Barristan killed Simon, Arthur Dane killed the Smiling Knight, and Jaime killed Big Belly Ben. So all 3 of them killed a member of the Kingswood Brotherhood.
The Kingswood Brotherhood, they got some pretty, they brought all the big guns out. Can you imagine, you're just playing Robin Hood in the forest, and here comes Arthur Dane, Barristan Selmy, and young Jaime Lannister. Don't!
They say the Smiling Knight is Jaime refers to him as the mountain of his time, half his size but twice as insane. Courtesy and madness all rolled into one. Someone in our chat said earlier, Smiling Knight sounds like this world's Joker, and given how much of a comic nerd George is, most likely.
I never put that together. You're so right about that.
He's most likely a mix of Caesar. I would picture him as a mix of Caesar Romero's Joker and the animated Joker voiced by Mark Hamill. He'd be that style of Joker.
And also Carrie Ewell's Robin Hood from Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Yeah. Of course.
Just all.
Yeah.
Well done. Will you pick it up with In Old Town while I go turn my aggressive air conditioning off? It's very hot here, but it has cooled down, and now I'm cold. So 1 second.
See, in the Old Town tourney, defeated and unmasked the Mystery Knight Blackshield, revealing him as the Bastard of Uplands. Sole champion of Lord Stephen's tourney at Storm's End, where he unhorsed Lord Robert Baratheon, Prince Oberyn Martell, Lord Leighton Hightower, Lord John Connington, Lord Jason Mallister, and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Holy crap. Who put their money on... Whoever put their money on Barry that day made out like a bandit. Jesus. Wounded by arrow, spear, and sword at the Battle of the Trident whilst fighting beside his sworn brothers and Rhaegar, Prince of Dragonstone. Pardoned and named Lord Commander of the Kingsguard by King Robert Baratheon I, served in the honor guard that brought Lady Cersei of House Lannister to King's Landing to wed King Robert. Led the attack on Old Wick during Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. Champion of the tourney at King's Landing in his 57th year. Dismissed from service by King Joffrey I Baratheon in his 61st year for reasons of advanced age.
I also thought it was interesting that Gerald Hightower has a big, forceful hand. Selmy's own smaller and more elegant writing took over with the account of his wounding at the Trident. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a personality insight there. I feel like he takes a bath, everything is clean. You know, his stuff's all bleached, polished. His writing is elegant. He's a master swordsman. He is he's very into courtesy and formality and chivalry and stuff like that. So he's kind of just what he seems like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's that guy. So, all right. So back to our outline. And the thing that actually goes along with that is this quote that I have about his reputation. Okay, so this is Tyrion talking to Tywin. And Tywin's telling him to go to King's Landing and take Joffrey in hand. And Tyrion hooted with laughter and says, "My sweet sister might have a word or two to say about that. Let her say what she likes. Her son needs to be taken in hand before he ruins us all. I blame those jackanapes on the council. Our friend Peter, the venerable Grand Maester, and that cockless wonder Lord Varys. What sort of counsel are they giving Joffrey when he lurches from one folly to the next? Whose notion was it to make this Janos Slint a lord? The man's father was a butcher, and they grant him Harrenhal. Harrenhal! That was the seat of kings. Not that he will ever set foot inside it, if I have a say. I am told he took a bloody spear for his sigil. A bloody cleaver would have been my choice." Oh, his father had not raised his voice, yet Tyrion could see the anger in the gold of his eyes. Sorry. And dismissing Selmy, where was the sense in that? Yes, the man was old, but the name of Barristan the Bold still has meaning in the realm. He lent honor to any man he served. Can anyone say the same of the Hound? You feed your dog bones under the table. You do not seat him beside you on the high bench. He pointed a finger at Tyrion's face. If Cersei cannot curb the boy, you must. So it's just sort of like Tywin's ruthless and evil, but he's also a little smarter than Cersei. Okay, so he's talking about branding, basically, isn't he, Tim?
Yeah. Yeah, he's very pragmatic, and he's like saying, yeah, Barristan the Bold. Like, yeah, he's old, but he's shown his work. He's famous. He's popular. People love him. This is a man you want to keep around.
And I didn't find the quote, but I think it's Renly joking. They're talking to Cat like, "Hey, have you seen Barristan? I expected him to be with you since he wasn't with me. Guy needs a king to guard, you know?" So let's do the Ninepenny Kings here. Oh, no. Sorry. Duskendale. Do you know which book this is, this first one?
This is Dance, because these are from his own chapters.
Ah. Boom.
So, yeah, Barristan Selmy had known many kings. He had been born during the troubled reign of Aegon the Unlikely. Beloved by the common folk, had received his knighthood at his hands. Aegon's son Jaehaerys had bestowed the White Cloak on him when he was 23, after he slew Meleys the Monstrous during the War of the Ninepenny Kings. In that same cloak, he had stood beside the Iron Throne as madness consumed Jaehaerys' son Aerys. Stood and saw and heard, and yet did nothing. But no, that was not fair. He did his duty. Some nights Sir Barristan wondered if he had not done that duty too well. He had sworn his vows before the eyes of gods and men. He could not in honor go against them. But the keeping of those vows had grown hard in the last years of King Aerys' reign. He had seen things that it pained him to recall, and more than once he wondered how much of the blood was on his own hands. If he had not gone into Duskendale to rescue Aerys from Lord Darkland's dungeons, then the king might well have died there as Tywin Lannister sacked the town. Then Prince Rhaegar would have ascended the Iron Throne, mayhaps to heal the realm. Duskendale had been his finest hour, yet the memory tasted bitter on his tongue.
So Barristan is... Sorry, Tim, let me cut in here. This is pretty... I forgot that he was quite so reflective and so candid in his reflections, you know. And you give him, like I said, at least some points here for not just fortifying, well, I did the right thing, I kept my vows. Like, no, he's actually wondering, is the blood on my hands? The answer is yes, you know, in my opinion. But this is obviously a moral conundrum that the author intends for us to wrestle with. And he's, you know, as much respect as he has for the institution of the Kingsguard, he's also questioning it right here. That's what he's doing. Like, he's saying, well, I couldn't break my vows, but I kind of have blood on my hands too. So what does that really say about the institution of the Kingsguard and the vows altogether? This is a major sort of crisis of identity and belief that he is touching upon here. And he's able to follow the train of thought. Like, well, you know, Rhaegar may have been able to heal the realm. And so maybe it wasn't a good thing that I did.
Yeah, that's why I said he's a catch-22, because for any, well, maybe not any, but for some other kings, this would have been great. This would have been perfect. You know, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what is expected of Kingsguard. But it's the fact that he did everything right, but he did it for Aerys. And that is that's the sticking point on it, right? If it was someone like Egg or even like Maekar, you know, just a fair king, a balanced king, we'd be singing his praises. But the fact that it was Aerys that he saved, and Aerys would then go on to do more horrid, atrocious things, and then you're left with, maybe I should have let him die in that cell. Maybe I should have just let Tywin have his way and let Prince Rhaegar ascend the throne. It would have saved us so much bloodshed and heartache and violence.
I have to agree. I've spent a little time with Rhaegar. I think he does have the makings of a king. Oh, no, what am I saying? He can't even pay his bills. All right, so... no, but for real, though, Christian has a good point here. In that Tyrion Cersei scene you just read, Varys was the first to agree to dismiss Barry. Is it possible that Varys was plotting to get Barristan to Dany? I very much so, because Varys is smart. He understands the point that Tywin is making. He understands that it's really dumb for Joffrey to do this, and yet he's enabling it. So yeah, I think that's a good thought, Christian. I don't know if I've ever followed that train of thought all the way, but that does make sense, doesn't it?
It makes perfect sense. If Varys' whole deal is sowing chaos while making it seem like he's doing good for his king, but no, like, he knows how stupid this is, and if he can make Joffrey and Cersei look stupid, if he can and have this work, and then also send Barristan away, and it covers so many ends for him, and all it takes is just one small suggestion, one whisper in the ear.
So go ahead and pick it up here.
It was his failures that haunted him at night, though. Jaehaerys, Aerys, Robert, 3 dead kings. Rhaegar, who would have been a finer king than any of them. Princess Elia and the children. Aegon, just a babe. Rhaenys with her kitten. Dead. Everyone, yet he still lived, who had sworn to protect them. And now Daenerys, his bright, shining child queen. She is not dead. I will not believe it.
Yeah, and we've got this point later on in the outline, but he really does hold the kingdom down for Dany in an incredible way in Dance. If it weren't for Barristan, it all would have come apart. But we'll get to that. The point we want to make right here was about Duskendale. And I guess this is mostly about his questioning it. But let's go in now for the actual recap of what happened, because it's pretty exciting. And this will be from The World of Ice and Fire. So this is the Maesterly account of history now. It'll have sort of instead of a troubled character with like flashing traumatic memories that are sort of jumbled, we'll get the actual account of what happened. Go ahead and get it started. I'm going to run to the restroom, Tim. I'll be right back. I'm very hydrated. Drink water.
I got my tea. The ancient harbor town of Duskendale had been a seat of kings of old in the days of the 100 Kingdoms. Once the most important port on Blackwater Bay, the town had seen its trade dwindle and its wealth shrink as King's Landing grew and burgeoned, a decline that its young lord, Dennis Darkland, wished to halt. Many have long debated why Lord Darkland chose to do what he did, but most agree that his Myrish wife, the Lady Sorella, played some part. Her detractors blame her entirely for what transpired. The Lace Serpent, as they named her, poisoned Lord Darkland against his king with her pillow talk. Her defenders insist that the folly lay with Lord Dennis himself. His wife is hated simply because she was a woman of foreign birth who prayed to gods alien to Westeros. And that's a running theme throughout history. It was Lord Dennis's desire to win a charter for Duskendale that would give it more autonomy from the crown. Much had been done for Dorne many years before. That began the trouble. This did not seem to him such a vast demand. Such charters were common across the narrow sea, as Lady Sorella most certainly had told him. And I really like how George, this seems so small and insignificant at the base, but this really shows just how small local politics can just blossom into such a greater thing.
He's really good at portraying that. We see that with the Sworn Sword, with the Brackens and Blackwoods. Even in House of the Dragon, they're talking about it. It's one of those moments when Rhaenyra and Alicent are still on the council together, and Alicent's like, yeah, whatever. And Rhaenyra's like, no, these local struggles are important. We need to sort this out. We can't just let this go. Because they're trying to show her wisdom on the council in that scene. So, yeah, the wise ruler understands that this all has to be sorted out. And we'll talk about Arthur Dayne and the Kingswood Brotherhood and how that was turned around too. But go ahead. Good point, Tim.
Yet it was understandable that Lord Tywin, his hand, firmly rejected his proposals for fear it might set a dangerous precedent. Infuriated at the refusal, Lord Darkland then devised a new plan to win his charter. And yeah, this is like House of the Dragon when the guy asked for his sheep back, and Aegon's like, well, we could just give him his sheep. And then Otto Hightower says, no, if you give him his sheep, then every shepherd and farmer from all over Westeros is going to be coming asking for their sheep. There are ripple effects.
Interesting comparison to Dany when the guy brings the sheep, his bones, his child bones, and people are like, oh, those could just be sheep bones. Who knows? And she's like, I'm going to go ahead and pay it.
Yeah. Well, the big one with Dany is her smashing the slave trade has just ended. Her uprooting the slave trade has just led the slavers to look for new sources. Now the ripple effect is that the free folk, the wildlings, are now being enslaved by Tyroshi and Lyseni slavers, people in a desperate means trying to get out. So yeah, she's uprooted the slavers around Astapor and Marine and made Slavers Bay harder to get. So it just makes everyone look for new sources. It doesn't actually end things. So Lord Darkland then devised a new plan to win his charter, and with it, lower port fees and tariffs to allow Duskendale once more to vie for trade with King's Landing. A plan that was pure folly. I'm going to kidnap him. That'll work. The Defiance of Duskendale began quietly enough. Lord Dennis, seeing that Aerys' erratic behavior had begun to strain his relations with Lord Tywin, refused to pay the taxes expected of him, and instead invited the king to come to Duskendale and hear his petition. It seems most unlikely that King Aerys would ever have considered accepting this invitation until Lord Tywin advised him to refuse in the strongest possible terms, whereupon the king decided to accept, informing Grand Maester Pycelle and the small council that he would give up that he meant to settle this matter himself and bring the defiant Darkland to heel.
So do you think they're implying that Tywin is using reverse psychology here?
I was wondering the same thing. I don't know if Tywin is because it's like, is Tywin at the point where he knows that Aerys is just going to defy everything he says, or is this at a point where he's still trying to make things work, and this became the breaking point of, fine, let him die, I give up?
Either one could make sense. I actually think that he is still trying to advise him the right way, and that it is Aerys sort of shooting himself in the foot more than anything here. But
this may have been Tywin's, well, he crapped his bed, let him lay in it moment right here.
Yes, that's a good comparison. So against Lord Tywin's advice, the king traveled to Duskendale with a small escort led by Gwaine Gaunt of the Kingsguard. The invitation proved to be a trap, however, and one that the Targaryen king walked into blindly. He was seized with his escort, and some of the men, most notably Sir Gwaine, were killed while attempting to defend their king. The immediate response to the news from Duskendale was shock, then outrage. There were those who urged... to the news from Duskendale. Okay. There were those who urged a sudden assault upon the town to free the king and punish the rebels for this enormity. But Duskendale was surrounded by strong walls, and the Dun Fort, the ancient seat of House Darkland, which overlooked the harbor, was even more formidable. Taking it by storm would be no easy task. Lord Tywin thus sent out riders and ravens, gathering forces while commanding the Darklands to give up the king. Lord Denys instead sent word that if any attempt was made to break his walls, he would put his grace to death. Some in the small council questioned this, declaring that no son of Westeros would ever dare commit such a heinous crime. But Lord Tywin would not chance it. Instead, with a sizable host, he moved to surround Duskendale, blockading it by land and sea.
With a royal host massed outside of his walls and his supply chain cut off, Lord Darkland's determination began to falter. He made several efforts to parley, but Lord Tywin refused to hear him, instead repeating his demand for the complete and unconditional surrender of the town and castle and the release of the king. The defiance lasted for half a year. Within the walls of Duskendale, the mood soon began to sour as the stores and larders ran dry. Yet, huddled within the ancient Dun Fort, Lord Denys was convinced that it was only a matter of time before Lord Tywin would weaken and offer better terms. This is the reigns of Castamere, Tywin? You think you can wait him out?
No, and this is a classic case of someone who, bit off more than he could chew, and then didn't see a way to sort of unwind it, and just kept doubling down.
Doubling down. Those who knew the resolve of Tywin Lannister knew better. Instead, the hand's heart grew harder, and he sent Duskendale's lord one final demand for surrender. In Duskendale, they say, Lord Tywin's heart shrank 3 sizes that day. Should he refuse again, Lord Tywin promised he would take down the town by storm and put every man, woman, and child within to the sword. The tale oft told that Lord Tywin sent his bard to deliver the ultimatum and commanded him to sing the Reigns of Castamere for Lord Denys and the Laced Serpent is a colorful detail that is, alas, unsupported by the records. But we know.
Yeah, but those of us... Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
I said we know he totally did it.
Yeah, those of us who saw the Red Wedding know damn well that he did that. That's called good politics, and he's also a sadistic, twisted dude, so...
He's bullying the jukebox and put this song on.
It's just brand building, okay?
Most of the small council were with the hand outside Duskendale at this juncture, and several of them argued against Lord Tywin's plan on the grounds that such an attack would almost certainly goad Lord Darkland into putting King Aerys to death. He may or he may not, Tywin Lannister reportedly replied, but if he does, we have a better king right here. Whereupon he raised a hand to indicate Prince Rhaegar. Scholars have debated ever since as to Lord Tywin's intent. Did he believe Lord Darkland would back down, or was he, in truth, willing and perhaps even eager to see Aerys die so that Prince Rhaegar might take the Iron Throne? None will ever know for certain, thanks to the courage of Sir Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard. Sir Barristan offered to enter the town in secret, find his way to the Dunfort, and spirit the king to safety. Selmy had been known as Barristan the Bold since his youth, but this was a boldness that Tywin Lannister felt bordered on madness. Yet such was his respect for the prowess and courage of Sir Barristan that he gave him a day to attempt his plan before storming Duskendale.
Can you pause for a second? I need to figure something out. When is this happening? 277. Is Rhaegar married yet? No. He's not, is he?
When did Rhaegar wed Elia?
Probably like a year later. Year or two
Rhaegar.
later. 280. Yeah.
Yeah, he was betrothed to her in 270, formally betrothed in 279.
Yeah.
And married in 280. Yeah, so 2 years before the betrothal.
So when Tywin is like, we've got a better king right here, he's definitely thinking.
And one who can marry my daughter, because they're both single.
And of course, like, who's going to naysay that? He'd be hand of the king, and the king just died. Like, Tywin would be incredibly powerful. Yeah, that was the plan for sure.
Yeah, hand of the king, marry his daughter. You're his father-in-law. You're his good father. Yeah, a lot to be gained here. But it also shows too just the fact that Tywin was willing, even though all of this would have fit perfectly into Tywin's hands, he still respected Barry enough to give him a chance.
Or he saw that he needed to do that. Like, oh, if I don't do that, it's going to look like I'm too hasty to kill Aerys. But this isn't going to work. He's not really going to be able to do this. But he's Barristan Selmy, so this will make it look like I did something.
Yeah, make it look like I did everything I could. I sent in our best of the best of the best. But the mad lad pulled it off, and that is why he is a hero and a menace. Go
ahead.
Such was the songs of Sir Barristan's daring rescue of the king are many, and for a rarity, the singers hardly had to embroider. It's so outlandish that the singers who are known for embellishing things are mostly telling the truth with the songs of this. Sir Barristan did indeed scale the walls unseen in the dark of night using nothing but his bare hands, and he did disguise himself as a hooded beggar as he made his way to the Dunfort. So here he is again wearing the hood. It comes up again, this hooded Odin figure scaling the walls in darkness and secrecy. It is true as well that he managed to scale the walls of the Dunfort, in turn, killing a guard on the wall walk before he could raise the alarm. This is why we call him Secret Agent Man, because this is some total James Bond stuff going on, right?
This really is. Like, that guard couldn't raise the alarm, but the first one that did definitely made the Wilhelm scream as he fell from the wall walk.
Yeah, this is like total young Sean Connery at his peak. Then by stealth and courage, he found his way to the dungeon where the king was being kept. Yeah, I would watch this movie. By the time he had Aerys Targaryen out of the dungeon, however, the king's absence had been noted, and the hue and cry went up. And then the true breadth of Sir Barristan's heroism was revealed, for he stood and fought rather than surrender himself for his king. And not only did he fight, but he struck first, taking Lord Darkland's good brother and master-at-arms, Sir Simon Hollard, and a pair of guards unawares, slaying them all, and so avenging the death of his sworn brother, Sir Gawain Gaunt of the Kingsguard, who had been killed at Hollard's hand.
So that was Tim, the perfect person to appear in that moment when Barristan needed to summon all of his adrenaline. It's like, oh, it's the guy who killed my sworn brother. And he went Odin. He went Battle Fury. Like, this is what we can fill in the blanks. That's the point of George telling us that he's an Odin figure dressed as a wandering stranger. Like, he went full battle madness here and killed a bunch of people by himself.
Yeah. And he had to do it while protecting Aerys. Possibly even, he might have done it with one hand and Aerys up on his shoulder like this.
Oh, was there, hang on, there was something. Somebody was comparing the silent stealth to the others moving and making no sound, I think. So Barristan, when he fights Miro, they are replaying the Waymar Royce versus the others fight with Barristan as the other. So we'll read that. But you're on the right path. Barristan does other stuff from time to time. So this is, again, though, this is more like Aemon the Dragon Knight rescuing another king, Baelor the Blessed. So
actually, it's the other way around. Baelor the Blessed rescued Aemon. He's the one who went into the Viper Pit to get Aemon the Dragon Knight out of the crow's cage.
But Aemon the Dragon Knight went down there to get Baelor, right?
No, it was the Dornish raised the white flag, but it was a trap. They killed Daeron the First, the young dragon, and Aemon was captured. It's possible that Aemon was trying to protect someone else, but Aemon was captured, put in the crow's cage, and it's Baelor the Blessed who then, as a means of making amends and atonement, he does the barefoot walk through the desert and then enters the Viper Pit to save his cousin.
Which is kind of insanely badass. I mean, Baelor's a kook and gets a lot of heat for that. But okay, so the Ice Dragon characters are rescuers. They are pretty much always rescuing. That's interesting. Okay.
So let's see. So avenging the sworn death, he hurried with the kings to the stable, fighting his way through those who tried to intervene, and the two were able to ride out of Dunfort before the castle's gates could be closed. Then there was a wild ride through the streets of Duskendale, while horns and trumpets sounded the alarms, and the race up the walls as Lord Tywin's archers attempted to clear the defenders. With the king escaped and safe, there was nothing left for Lord Darkland save surrender, but it is doubtful he knew the terrible revenge that the king intended. When Darkland and his family were presented to him in chains, Aerys demanded their deaths, and not only Darkland's immediate kin, but his uncles, aunts, and even distant kinsmen in Duskendale.
And I would just point out real quick, Tywin was ready to kill every man, woman, and child in the entire town. So, like, there's no mercy to be found here between Aerys and Tywin.
Even his good kin, the Hollards, were attainted and destroyed. Only Sir Simon's young nephew, Dontos Hollard, was spared, and only then because Sir Barristan begged that mercy as a boon, and the king he had saved could not refuse him. Ooh, yeah. And
so this is an interesting thread of mercy here. Barristan is showing mercy and empathy, and this will end up benefiting Sansa, who was partially rescued by Sir Dontos. And we see that Sansa has empathy both for Barristan and Sir Dontos at different times. So I love how George does this. Even in the cruel world of ice and fire with all these bad people, kindness counts. Empathy counts. When people do good things, he shows you how it matters. And like even in the long run, in ways that you'll never know. You know what I mean? So he does believe in doing the right thing. He does believe in right and wrong. And these examples sometimes can slip by. But
and this is another example of the ripple effects, right? So this is 23 years before our main story begins. This sparing of Dontos as a child, the ripple effect when it comes to Sansa, and then Sansa sparing his life or saving his life a second time. And it also shows too, like sometimes people your lives are saved, but then sometimes not everyone can appreciate that gift they've been given. Sometimes they squander it because Dontos Hollard grew up to be a drunk, and that's what got him in hot water the second time. And Sansa had to bail him out.
And who was the other person that helped Sansa save Dontos? It was the Hound, who pitched in to solidify the cover story when Joffrey was looking at her askance. And Dontos' life was hanging in the thread. And she came up with that BS about name day and this and that, bad luck. And it's funny because the Hound is connected to Barristan. Barristan unhorsed the Hound, and the Hound is there mocking Barristan as he's dismissed in the scene we just read.
Yeah.
But then because Sansa is pretty, the Hound... Well, the Hound actually no, because Sansa is an abused child, and Sandor relates to that because of his own trauma. That's actually more to the point. But yeah. And that's another good example. Sorry, Tim, I'll let you cook it just a second. I was just going to say it's another example of empathy where Sansa's empathy for Dantos touches the Hound, and we see grumpy old Hound muster up some empathy. So, like, yeah, that stuff is powerful. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and also the sting that must have had on Barry, too, when he was dismissed, is not only is he's being dismissed, he's being replaced by the Hound, right? Like, the guy I beat... You're replacing me with someone who lost to me? How does that make any sense?
I was going to comment earlier when Barristan said even now he could cut through the 5 of them. I bet he could. We're talking about Boros, Blount, and Meryn Trant and shit. No, I'd make short work of those people.
Those are just mooks that have names. They're like one step above your average henchman.
Barry the Bold is Chuck Norris of A Song of Ice and Fire. That kind of checks out. That kind of checks out. Barristan might vote Republican, let's be honest, so.
He'd be like a Hank Hill style Republican, though.
Yeah, something like that. Not to get political, I'm just making jokes here. But in any case, yeah, the Chuck Norris. Barristan probably has a similar chest hair carpet going on. It's just Snow White,
God.
For those of you who want to picture that. All right. So let's get to the horror. Let's do this. Is George Martin's story. Take it away, Tim.
As to Lady Sorella, hers was a crueler death. Aerys had the lace serpent's tongue and her womanly parts torn out before she was burned alive. Yet her enemies say that she should have suffered more and worse for the ruin she brought down upon the town. Captivity at Duskendale had shattered whatever sanity had remained to Aerys II Targaryen. From that day forth, the king's madness reigned unchecked, growing worse with every passing year. The Darklands had dared lay hands upon his person, shoving him roughly, stripping him of his royal raiment, even daring to strike him. After his release, King Aerys would no longer allow himself to be touched, even by his own servants. Uncut and unwashed, his hair grew ever longer and more tangled, whilst his fingernails lengthened and thickened into grotesque yellow talons. He forbade any blade in his presence save for the swords carried by the knight of his Kingsguard, sworn to protect him. His judgments became ever harsher and crueler.
So let's pause right here. First of all, Girl Has No Name. I'm seeing all of your comments in the chat. Thank you. Appreciate I hope you're getting points for that in our gamified chat that we have for today. I don't know how that works, but see, if they gave me the choice, like to set it up, then maybe we'd have something, I'd give you points for innuendo and things like that, but they don't, they don't know us. They don't get us like that. So anyway, George understands trauma so well. I sell propane and propane accessories. You the boys have been whacking in my tool shed? All right, that's enough, Hank Hill. So, oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
Oh no, I was just thinking too when Aerys is like when he becomes totally paranoid and the hair growth and the nails uncut and like this becomes like his total Howard Hughes moment, just walling himself up in the walls and becoming total paranoid psychopath billionaire.
So, Steerpike, if you got points for innuendo, Bebe the Bard would be the king of the hill every week. We all know that. No one can keep up with her. In any case, I was going to say, Tim, that George understands trauma very well. Mm-hmm. We were just talking about it, with the Hound. It's a real good example of trauma and reaction. And here we see it, they had dared lay hands on him. It's like it was this physical violation, and I know he just tortured and mutilated and executed some people, so we're not having sympathy for Aerys. It's gonna be wrong, but like Aerys is a king. No one ever touches him without his leave. Like he tells everyone what to do. he has immense privilege. He has as much, he's like the only one with real rights. Like we all have a certain amount of human rights. We have expectation. No one's going to just snap their fingers and, oh gosh, this is going to get political. Okay, so the point is, Aerys is the king. Let's just reel this in carefully. Aerys is the king, and the idea that he has been roughed up is like completely shattered this illusion that he has of invincibility. And so we see him completely flip out. And now, yeah, no one can cut his hair. He doesn't trust anyone. And this is all an exaggerated thing, but like we can all relate to this. Or a lot of us can potentially relate to this to some extent, where it's like you had your trust broken and you just like, I don't know, man, I can't let anyone in again. I can't let anyone near me again. So it's like an insane version of that.
Yeah. Because he definitely develops agoraphobia, like the fear of going outside. It's actually our next. Yeah, once safely returned to King's Landing, His Grace refused to leave the Red Keep for any cause and remained a virtual prisoner in his own castle for the next 4 years. He went into COVID lockdown and never came out, during which time he grew ever more wary of those around him, Tywin Lannister in particular. His suspicions extended even to his own son and heir. Prince Rhaegar, he was convinced, had conspired with Tywin Lannister to have him slain at Duskendale. They had planned to storm the town walls so that Lord Darkland would put him to death, opening the way for Rhaegar to mount the Iron Throne and marry Lord Tywin's daughters. Now it's like, you're partially true. You're half right? Tywin definitely planned for that. I don't think Rhaegar did. But just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they aren't after you, right?
Brienne's fat sister is pointing out we've got a bunch of men refusing to cut their hair, such as Aerys, Rickon, Damp Hair, Drogo, and a bunch of women who have all their hair cut or burned off. Well, the women with the hair cutting off and burning, I believe that is all Weirwood transformation, Nissa symbolism. The Weirwood looks like its hair is on fire. Nissa essentially dies and goes into the Weirwood. She's burned with Lightbringer. Dany gets her hair burned when she's doing the Nissa routine. So I think that's what that is. The men not cutting their hair. Well, the first thing I think of is Samson. Okay, right? Samson, when his hair is cut, he loses his strength. So what's going on with those characters? That Damp Hair is kind of, his uncut hair is a symbol of his being in touch with God. So that actually does track with Samson. Like he's strong, he's made strong by his faith. And that's why he doesn't cut his hair. Drogo's uncut hair symbolizes that he's never been defeated. And he's very strong. So that's definitely a Samson idea. With Aerys, it's like a twisted version of that, where he is, it symbolizes his fear instead of his strength. And with Rickon is becoming a wild man. He is embracing the wolfishness at an early age. And so his uncut hair, I would say that it represents, like a wildness. Like he is going feral. He's going back to nature, something like that. So it is a little bit different in a couple of those situations, but definitely Samson in the Damp Hair and Drogo, and Aerys seems like inverted Samson. What's your thoughts on that, Tim?
Yeah, I think with Aeron, it's actually a mix, because we get that line of like, Balin is mad, Aeron is madder, and Euron is the maddest of all. So yes, like the Samson connection, the hair having strength of the god, but it also is a mix of showing madness, similar to Aerys. It's again this sort of Howard Hughes type vibe, which is like, and there is a like madness and greatness are like one step away from one another. Sometimes said it's like they dance together but are constantly stepping on one another's toes. There's not much separating. Just like Barry's moment here, his moment of greatness also bordered on madness to do the whole secret agent man, one man army. I'm going to save the king, and we're just going to cut our way out of an entire castle and take down every single person who comes in front of us all by himself, right? Like you dance this dance, and it's like are like, okay, that was cool, but it was also completely insane because if anything had gone wrong, right, is like I was totally flying by the seat of my pants. I had absolutely no plan whatsoever after that last part.
So Samson lost his eyes. Mad King is mutilating other people. Mm-hmm. So it's a little bit twisted around. So Rickon is on Skagos where we have the horny goats. And so these are the horny goats are not only like unicorns, and the unicorn people have been bugging me to mention this, that the original unicorns were not horse-like, they were goat-like. So George's unicorn goats are actually more fantasy lore accurate than horse unicorns. But the point is, they're also like satyrs. When we talk about horny goats, we're talking about Pan, Dionysius, and all stuff like that. So yeah, Rickon growing his long hair and going to Skagos, like it's all of a piece. He's becoming a wild man of the woods. Like we see those characters, Harry Hal on the Night's Watch. That's a direct reference to the wild man of the woods folklore, which is a version of the Green Man. So well said. There's a unicorn. It's a horse unicorn, but we'll allow it. All unicorns are welcome. We just wanted to point out the first ones were more goat-like. Yeah. And then there's the last Matharium, which is totally different. That thing's a freaking monster. So if it's George's horny goats can't be that big. If they were, the direwolf would have no chance. Maybe they're pygmy elasmotheriums. I think I have a picture of one. I sure do. Of course I do. Yeah. The elasmotheriums are huge. They're like I thought I had a skeleton of one, but they're like, how big are they? Now I need to find out. They're big. They're bigger than you. They're taller than you are. We're doing it. And then we need to get back to the stream. What are we talking about? Rickon? No.
Yeah, we got on Rickon somehow.
Barristan.
Yeah. But we're supposed to be talking about Barristan.
Somebody said horny goats, and 20 minutes later. Yeah, they're like rhinoceroses. Like, yeah, that's the size we're talking about. 4.5 tons. 9,000 pounds. Right. Direwolves aren't fighting that. This is comparable to an elephant. So yeah, those things couldn't live on a little island. They would do the island regression thing. So maybe that's it. They're pygmy elasmos. You don't want none of this high quality action is the point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, taller than people.
Yeah.
We just eat plants, though. You could sell by the teeth. We just chew up, stalks and things. No incisors or canines. So, yeah. We might trample you if you get in the way, but we're not going to eat you. All right, that's enough. I love old extinct. So does George, clearly. We've talked about this with the dire wolves. And all right. So where were we, Tim?
Well, we finished that's it for the Defiance of Duskendale. From then on, it's just Aerys.
We have covered the Defiance of Duskendale. That was one of the big ones we wanted to hit. Secret Agent Man. I wish we could play music on here. Mm-hmm.
Without getting copyright strike, yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah, if you guys all want to look up Secret Agent Man and just play that on repeat, softly in the background while we talk. That will add to the vibes. So I should have said that before we started Duskendale. So, War of the Ninepenny Kings time. This is another one of the big ones here.
And we'll just also in World of Ice and Fire, so we won't have to change books. We just go straight to that.
You see both me and Tim doing the exact same thing here. It's a good tune, isn't it? It is. I was put it on. I was like, oh, this is that just before punk happened sound when like punk was trying to manifest in people's minds. You can hear it coming through just a little. All right.
So, in 260 AC, his lordship landed Targaryen armies upon 3 of the Stepstones, and the War of the Ninepenny Kings turned bloody. Battle raged across the islands and the channels between for most of that year. Maester Ian's account of the war, or Eon's account of the War of the Ninepenny Kings, one of the finest works of its kind, is a splendid source for the details of the fighting, with its many battles on land and sea and notable feats of arms. Lord Ormond Baratheon, the Westerosi commander, was amongst the first to perish, cut down by the hands of Meleys the Monstrous. He died in the arms of his son and heir, Steffon Baratheon. So that would be Robert Renly and Stannis' dad. Command of the Targaryen host passed to the new young Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull. Hightower and his men were hard-pressed for a time, but as the war hung in the balance, a young knight named Sir Barristan Selmy slew Meleys in single combat, winning undying renown and deciding the issue in a stroke. For the remainder of the Ninepenny Kings had little or no interest in Westeros and soon fell back to their own domains. Meleys the Monstrous was the 5th and last of the Blackfyre pretenders. With his death, the curse that Aegon the Unworthy had inflicted on the 7 kingdoms by giving his sword to his bastard son was finally ended.
There you go. And of course, this is an important thing because this is where Tywin and Aerys and Stefan and Hoster Tully and stuff all kind of meet each other, right?
Yeah. And this is why I've referred to the War of the Ninepenny Kings as sort of, this is the World of Ice and Fire's World War I. In the just because we are still feeling the consequences of this war. It is the closest thing, I say it's the closest thing to a world war because of the Band of Ninepenny Kings, where they're all coming from. We got Summer Islanders, Tyroshi. There's a pirate queen who sounds a lot like, I forget, I'm blanking on the name, but a real life historic pirate queen. But it gives a Yi Ti feel, which may mean like things as far flung as Yi Ti might have been drugged into this war. It really is like, but what's important are the relationships that were built up in this. This is where the whole idea of Southern ambitions really starts taking root, because this is where Tywin and will meet people like Steffon Baratheon, like Aerys when he's still a prince. So he'll meet Jon Arryn, all of these big names from these big houses all coming together and forming these new relationships. And it's just like after World War I, all these big European powers coming together. It's like, how can we make sure nothing like this ever happens again? Only for then eventually 20 years down the road, we get World War II. George is playing with the same kind of idea, like this war was supposed to come to an end, and yet years and years later, decades later, we're still feeling the effects, especially now with Aegon. 40 years later, are we going to have our 6th Blackfyre Rebellion?
Well, and the big comparison here, Tim, is like, as we pointed out on the earlier quote, or maybe it was just you pointing it out, Jaehaerys II did not hesitate. He went down and met these people as, on the stepstones. Compare that to the current situation where the people of King's Landing are like, Connington? Who? I think. Yeah. Are there like elephants or something? I'm confused. Who is this? Like,
yeah. I thought he drank himself to death. That's a story I was told, at least.
Like Aegon's kid? What? I don't. Huh? Like they're not on it, is the point. They're like, Aegon will have already taken Storm's End and most of the Stormlands by the time, well before he meets any soldiers that have left from King's Landing or thereabouts. So, Yeah, we need to do a military update stream. Like, Loras Tyrell is on Dragonstone. Like, we need to figure out where all the armies and stuff are and do some maps and all that.
Yeah, where are they now? Because we have so many characters scattered out in the winds.
So which book is this going to be? Kingswood Brotherhood story. Dance? Is this Ulmer?
No, I know this is this is Ulmer. I believe it's Storm.
Okay. It wouldn't be Storm. It'd be... Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be Storm
I know
or Dance.
It's in a Sam chapter. I know that.
I meant that it couldn't be Feast. But you said Storm. My ears didn't work right. Okay, here we are. They're shooting arrows outside of Craster's here. Back of a vegetable garden and empty sheepfold, a dozen black brothers were loosing arrows at a butt they'd built of hay and straw. The slender, blonde steward they called Sweet Donald had laid a shaft just off the bullseye at 50 yards. "Best that, old man," he said.
I will. Ulmer stooped and gray-bearded and loose of skin and limb, stepped to the mark and pulled an arrow from the quiver at his waist. In his youth, he had been an outlaw, a member of the infamous Kingswood Brotherhood. He claimed he'd once put an arrow through the hand of the white bull of the Kingsguard to steal a kiss from the lips of a Dornish princess. He had stolen her jewels, too, and a chest of golden dragons, but it was the kiss he liked to boast of in his cups.
And that would be Elia, by the way.
It would be Elia, yeah.
I looked this up last night. This is when Gerald Hightower was escorting Elia to King's Landing.
See? He notched and drew all smooth as summer silk, then let fly. His shaft struck the butt an inch inside of Donnell Hills. "Will that do, lad?" he asked, stepping back.
"Well enough," said the younger man, grudgingly. "The crosswind helped you. It blew more strongly when I loosed."
"You ought to have allowed for it then. You have a good eye and a steady hand, but you'll need a deal more to best a man of the Kingswood. Fletcher Dick it was who showed me how to bend the bow, and no finer archer ever lived. Have I told you about old Dick now?"
"Only 300 times. Every man at Castle Black had heard Ulmer's tales of the great outlaw band of yore, of Simon Toyne and the Smiling Knight, Oswin Longneck, the thrice hanged." Oh, that would... Okay, so Barrick has been... What's the name Oswin mean? We don't have time for symbolism. Never mind. Oswin Longneck, the thrice hanged, Wenda the White Fawn, Fletcher Dick, Big Belly Ben, and all the rest. Searching for escape, Sweet Donald looked about and spied Sam standing in the muck. "Slayer," he called, "come, show us how you slew the other." He held out a tall yew longbow. All right, so we don't need to read the rest of that.
Yeah, but that was just our This is just a little bit of info that we're given about the Kingswood Brotherhood. One of them is still around. It's Ulmer. He's now a brother of the Night's Watch. Wenda the White Fawn. She's the one who branded Merritt Frey, the one who gets later hung by when we were introduced to Lady Stoneheart. Merritt Frey was also accompanying them, trying to put down the Kingswood Brotherhood. He was trying to win renown, and he just got punked on the entire time.
So Oswin means God's friend or friend of God. So the thrice hanged, it sounds like Odin, but just some member of the Kingswood Brotherhood. So honestly, the other thing about the Kingswood Brotherhood is Arthur Dane. I'm just going to go to the wiki on this so we don't have to look for the quote. But basically, the Kingswood Brotherhood in true Robin Hood style. Oh, so hang on. They were representing the small folk whose needs were being overlooked. And so they were operating out of the Kingswood. They were gaining recognition by robbing and kidnapping nobles. Small folk were helping them. And so by that means, they evaded attempts to capture them for many years. So it's just basically Robin Hood is happening here. But then, so Victor Tyrell, cousin of Mace, was slain by the Smiling Knight. Gerald Hightower, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, was shot through the hand by Ulmer of the Kingswood when the outlaws attacked Princess Elia Martell's escort through the woods. And Ulmer went on to steal a kiss and some jewels from the Dornish princess. So I don't know if this is regarded as fact or just because Ulmer said he did, but that's the story. Now, the outlaws eventually became such a nuisance that Aerys II sent a detachment of soldiers led by Arthur Dayne of the Kingsguard. Sumner Crakehall and his 2 squires, Jaime Lannister and Merritt Frey. So this is where Merritt contracts the pox, captured by Wenda the White Fawn, branded on his ass, and then he is wounded with a mace that gives him mild brain damage and headaches and all kinds of stuff. So Arthur gained the confidence of the small folk who believed that the only ones protecting their rights was the Brotherhood. The Sword of the Morning petitioned King Aerys for better rights for the small folk, and he made sure the royal forces paid for any items they took from the peasantry. Arthur's actions swung the allegiance of the small folk to the royal forces, who now could not hunt down the Brotherhood, as the outlaws could no longer walk around with impunity in the forest. So, Arthur Dayne, it's one of the things, like, he's sort of an empty vessel. We don't know much about him, really, except for he was Rhaegar's friend, and he was one of Aerys' Kingsguard, which means he potentially has blood on his hands, like Barristan and all the rest of them. But this is a sign that he at least understood something about politics, if not had some amount of sympathy for the small folk. So that's kind of an interesting thing about Arthur Dayne here. And you can see Barristan potentially like learning from Arthur's example here, right?
Yeah, because this is another source of enmity between the small folk and the lords and the higher classes. And it's a real world thing too, is that the expectation, especially in wartime, that regular civilians provide like lodging and food to soldiers, or in this case, knights. And sometimes, that could be taken for granted. But Arthur Dayne is trying, by knowing like how to win friends in the hearts and minds of the people. It's like, well, we can't abuse this. In fact, we can't even expect it as a given. We need to pay, we need to be like anyone else, pay for the food that we eat, pay for the rooms that we stay in. Anything that's broken or anything like that, we got to make amends, make restitutions. And that, it's, just doing that, like, can win you a lot of respect. And it makes the small folk look at someone like Arthur Dayne of like, that is a true knight. That is what a knight is supposed to be, right? So for Barry and Jaime and anyone that could have learned from him and seen that and be like, yes, this is the way to go. And we see Jaime, when he starts making his travels through the Riverlands, when he picks up like the nerdy Blackwood kid, he's starting to take these lessons into mind. Like, what would Sir Barristan do? What would Arthur Dayne do?
Yeah, he says, oh, I meant to be Arthur Dayne, but I turned out to be the Smiling Knight instead. Right. But he's also like trying to hew more towards the direction of Arthur Dayne. Like, he thinks about, catapulting Edmure Tully's kid over the walls.
Yeah.
Okay, but then he's also trying to actually sort things out between Bracken and Blackwood, for example. Yeah. So
he's treading that fine line between being like his father and being like his mentor.
That's a good way to put it. And I wonder, Tim, if this is part of Barristan's idea that Rhaegar would have been a better king. His best friend is Arthur Dayne, and Arthur Dayne is someone who understands the needs of the small folk. So perhaps you could see how that works. Barristan's like, oh yeah, Rhaegar would be a king who would rule that way. So be able to heal the realm. This is heal the realm stuff. This is specifically what you have to do, is address the needs of the working class. Democrats, if you want to connect with the working, you've got to, sorry, Tim.
No. We have to stay in luxury hotels and pay millions to consultants to find out why young men don't like us.
I wonder if this guy who used to be a white nationalist 3 years ago and then apologized can help us connect with young men.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just spiraling out left and right here, Tim. Oh man. How do it really is a puzzle though. How do you get the working class to like you when you don't actually want to help the working class. You needed
Yeah.
some kind of wizardry for that.
We want higher wages and healthcare. I heard pizza party.
I heard pizza party.
Anyone else hear pizza party? I heard pizza party.
There you go. That's a preview of me and Tim's political podcast coming soon to a theater in no town near you. Okay, so all right. Where were we? Musings on Harrenhal. I found the quote that I was looking for, Tim. Mm-hmm. And I feel like you would read this with feeling. So why don't you get this one? Okay. Oh, they're excited. Everyone thinks they're getting pizza now. Sorry. You've got to order it.
Even after all these years, Sir Barristan could still recall Ashara's smile, the sound of her laughter. He had only to close his eyes to see her, with her long dark hair tumbling about her shoulders and those haunting purple eyes. Daenerys has the same eyes. Sometimes, when the queen looked at him, he felt as if he were looking at Ashara's daughter. But Ashara's daughter had been stillborn, and his fair lady had thrown herself from a tower soon after, mad with grief for the child she had lost, and perhaps for the man who had dishonored her at Harrenhal as well. She died never knowing that Sir Barristan had loved her. How could she? He was a knight of the Kingsguard, sworn to celibacy. No good could have come from telling her his feelings. No good came from silence either. If I had unhorsed Rhaegar and crowned Ashara Queen of Love and Beauty, might she have looked to me instead of Stark? He would never know, but of all his failures, none haunted Barristan Selmy so much as that.
So this is an interesting one. I've thought about this a little bit. There's a couple reasons why he regrets this and is haunted by this so much. So first of all, this is another thing where he is being forced to question how much his bloody Kingsguard vows are actually worth and whether they're actually a good thing. He thinks about, does he have blood on his hands from Aerys' misrule? And now he's like, I wanted to tell this person, and look, there's a ridiculous age gap here, okay? But just setting that aside, we can come back for that. But Barristan is regretting this. Like, he's sworn to celibacy. This is the one time he felt moved, by someone. He didn't say anything. And then there's this additional political fallout of the tragedy of her life. And so it's like, oh, would her life have turned out differently somehow if I had said something? I'm not sure how that would have worked, but I had this moment and I didn't say anything. And potentially, Tim, he took a dive to help Rhaegar look, as part of this plan to help the realm see Rhaegar as an alternative. Let's say that, a viable alternative, because there's a lot. Rhaegar talks to Jaime about making changes and the Northern conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. Everyone could see Aerys needed to be, not the king somehow.
Yeah. So this is the first coup that Barry is playing in, though for Rhaegar, for credit to Rhaegar, it was supposed to be a bloodless coup. Get Aerys. Everyone recognizes Aerys needs to get off the throne. It's like, just, you don't want to kill your dad, but you got to get him. You definitely got to get him to abdicate or something and let him go into a nice retirement. And in order to do that, like, Rhaegar needs to look like a champion and a hero. And that's why I think Barry took a dive. Like, if I had unhorsed Rhaegar, it's not like, it sounds like he said, like, I could have done it if I really wanted to. It doesn't seem like Rhaegar took him unawares. Like, it seems like Barry just followed orders, did what he was told, and took a dive to raise Rhaegar up. The problem is that Rhaegar took his eyes off the prize, and he let prophecy get in the way of politics when he crowned Lyanna Stark as the Queen of Love and Beauty. And that became like the great scandal, right?
From Barristan's point of view, yes, that's how he would see it.
Yeah.
It could, and now it could also be, to be fair, it could just be that, like, he's like, man, I always win the jousts. Why didn't I win? Like, if I had just won like I was supposed to, he could be thinking about the one little slip up that he had that made him lose the fight or something. But there's nothing like that referred to. So it definitely could be, a redux. There's two historical examples. One is from the Mystery Knight, Dunk and Egg. Obviously, everybody losing to make John the Fiddler look kingly. That didn't work out, but that's what they were trying to do. So it's George showing us that people do that at tournaments. And also with Robert and Ned, when Robert wants to participate in the melee and Ned's like, nobody would have really hit you because you're the king. So it's like, yeah. And then the other example is Ariane Martell thinking about putting aside her dad. It's like, well, we'll just do it gently, and we'll give him, go to the water gardens and watch the children just like he likes, and me and the Sand Snakes will sort this out because he's kind of lost it, you know.
Yeah. But it's like, because years earlier, when Barristan was a younger man, it said he unhorsed Prince Duncan the Dragonfly. So there's nothing to say that a Kingsguard can't show up a prince, like that they always have to lose to the prince. Like, no, it's supposed to be honor and merit and all that. Princes have to earn their dues too. But this tournament in particular, you needed to make Rhaegar look as good as possible. That is why taking dives in this tourney was necessary. Again, but Rhaegar's problem was, and it's the inverse, it's the opposite of Stannis. Stannis comes to the realization that I need to save the kingdom to win the throne. Rhaegar needed to win the throne to save the kingdom. There's not, like, him chasing prophecy in the end, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, he was right. There was something scary coming from the north. But in his case, he needed to secure the throne first. And not doing that by crowning Lyanna Stark and letting the prophecy take precedence over securing the throne, that sealed his downfall.
Yeah, that's we talk about Rhaegar a lot around here, and only half of it is serious. Is this in Storm? But obviously, the main thing about Rhaegar is that we're missing information with Lyanna and Rhaegar to figure out what their decision making is. We're trying to piece it together as well as we can. But Tim, I think you make a good point. Like, he needed to do the Rand the Dragon thing from Wheel of Time, which unfortunately is canceled, and so the show will never get to this point in the books. But in the books, yeah, he's got to unify all the realms in order to rally everyone to fight the big last battle at the end. It's very, archetypal. And so, yeah, Rhaegar didn't do that. He went off and had the prophecy baby, which worked out. Jon Snow is, he's the man and all that. But
yeah,
he did not unify the kingdom first. And, it seems like a lot to juggle, in fairness, for a 22-year-old. But he didn't do it. So he's dead, you know.
He wasn't. It's not the same. He wasn't necessarily wrong. He just did things out of order, and that's what cost him.
This isn't the duel with Miro. This is right afterward.
Because we don't really. Because I don't think we really see. We don't really see it. It's.
No, we get the whole fight. It's right here.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, it's very dramatic. So it's right here. Just go back a few pages. It's the same chapter. Just go back to where it says Dany had stopped. So she is doing her Jesus thing and ministering to the sick because she's awesome. And it says, she had stopped to speak to a pregnant woman who wanted the mother of dragons to name her baby when someone reached up and grabbed her left wrist. Turning, she glimpsed a tall, ragged man with a shaved head and a sunburnt face. Not so hard, she started to say. But before she could finish, he'd yanked her bodily from the saddle. The ground came up and knocked the breath out of her, and her silver whinnied and backed away. And having your breath knocked out is very debilitating for a short amount of time. I just want to remind everyone. It probably hasn't happened to you in a while, but like you can't breathe for a second. Like it sucks. So she's pretty helpless here. Stunned, Dany rolled to her side and pushed herself onto one elbow, and then she saw the sword.
There's the treacherous sow, he said. I knew you'd come to get your feet kissed one day. His head was bald as a melon, his nose red and peeling, but she knew that voice and those pale green eyes. I'm going to start by cutting off your teats. Dany was dimly aware of Missandei shouting for help. A freedman edged forward, but only a step. One quick slash and he was on his knees, blood running down his face. Merrill wiped his sword on his breeches. Who's next?
I am. Arstan Whitebeard leapt from his horse and stood over her, the salt wind riffling through his snowy hair, both hands on his tall hardwood staff.
Grandfather, run off before I break your stick in two and bugger you with...
The old man feinted with one end of the staff, pulled it back, and whipped around the other end faster than Dany would have believed. The Titan's bastard staggered back into the surf, spitting blood and broken teeth from the ruin of his mouth. Whitebeard put Dany behind him. Miro slashed at his face. The old man jerked back, cat quick. Lion-like, if you will. The staff thumped Miro's ribs, sending him reeling. Arstan splashed sideways, parried a looping cut, danced away from the second, checked a third mid-swing. The moves were so fast she could hardly follow. Missandei was pulling Dany to her feet when she heard a crack. Then she saw Arstan's staff had snapped. She thought Arstan's staff had snapped until she saw the jagged bone jutting from Miro's calf. As he fell, the Titan's bastard twisted and lunged, sending his point straight at the old man's chest. Whitebeard swept the blade aside almost contemptuously and smashed the other end of the staff against the big man's temple. Miro went sprawling, blood bubbling from his mouth, as the waves washed over him. A moment later, the freedmen washed over him too, knives and stones and angry fists rising and falling in a frenzy. Dany turned away, sickened. She was more frightened now than when it had happened. He would have killed me. Your Grace, Arstan knelt. I am an old man and shamed. He never should have gotten close enough to seize you. I was lax. I did not know him without his beard and hair. So this is the traditional superstar NBA player who just scored 50, but his team lost. He's like, I let my team down. And it's like, bro, you did pretty good.
Yeah.
And so that's it. Oh, no, actually, no, this is interesting. By the time Mormont arrived, she was huddled in her lion pelt. So we just had Arstan the lion protect her, cat quick, like the old warrior with the snow white hair, and then she is wrapping herself up in the lion pelt. So it's very subtle, but that's cool stuff.
Oh, so this leads into those catty Jorah and Barristan scenes where Jorah.
Okay, let's just keep reading it then.
Yeah. I had a look at the river wall Ser Jorah started. It's a few feet higher than the others and just as strong. And the Myronese have a dozen firehawks tied up beneath the ramparts.
She cut him off. You might have warned me that the Titan's bastard had escaped.
He frowned. I saw no need to frighten you, Your Grace. I have offered a reward for his head.
Pay it to Whitebeard.
Okay, so this is where I'd led us to.
Miro had been with us all the way from Yunkai. He shaved his beard off and lost himself amongst the freedmen, waiting for a chance for vengeance. Arstan killed him.
Ser Jorah gave the old man a long look. A squire with a stick slew Mero of Bravos. Is that the way of it?
A stick, Dany confirmed, but no longer a squire. Ser Jorah, it's my wish that Arstan be knighted. No. The loud refusal was surprise enough. Stranger still, it came from both men at once. I was hoping you were going to say it at the same time, Tim, but you didn't.
Oh, sorry. Ser Jorah drew his sword. The Titan's bastard was a nasty piece of work, and good at killing. Who are you, old man?
A better knight than you, sir, Arstan said coldly. There's the petty King Barry coming back out again.
Yeah.
Knight? Dany was confused. You said you were a squire. I was, Your Grace. He dropped to one knee. I squired for Lord Swan in my youth, and at Magister Illyrio's behest. I have served strong Beltwys as well. But during the years between, I was a knight in Westeros. I have told you no lies, my queen. Yet there are certain truths I have withheld. And for that, and all my other sins, I can only beg your forgiveness. What truths have you withheld? Dany did not like this. You will tell me, now. He bowed his head. At Karth, when you asked my name, I said I was called Arstan. That much was true. Many men had called me that by the time Beltwys and I were making our way east to find you, because I told them that was my name. But it is not my true name. She was more confused than angry. He has played me false, just as Jorah warned me, yet he saved my life just now.
Ser Jorah flushed red. Marrow shaved his beard, but you grew one, didn't you? No wonder you look so bloody familiar.
You know him? Dany asked the exile knight, lost.
I saw him, perhaps a dozen times, from afar most often, standing with his brothers or riding in some tourney. But every man in the Seven Kingdoms knew Barristan the Bold. He laid the point of his sword against the old man's neck. Khaleesi, before you kneels Sir Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, who betrayed your house to serve the usurper Robert Baratheon.
So Jorah is such a piece of shit, man. I'm sorry, but have some respect. He's like, oh, I know who this is, and he points a sword at his throat. Like, bitch, you have no right to bear steel against Barristan Selmy. Well, he's about to get caught up in it, but yeah. The old knight did not so much as blink. The crow calls the raven black, and you speak of betrayal. Why are you here? Dany demanded of him. If Robert sent you to kill me, why did you save my life? He served the usurper. He betrayed Rhaegar's memory and abandoned Viserys to live and die in exile. Yet if you wanted me dead, he needed have only stood aside. I want the whole truth now, on your honor as a knight. Are you the usurper's man or mine? Yours, if you will have me. Sir Barristan had tears in his eyes. I took Robert's pardon. I served him in the Kingsguard and Council, served at the Kingslayer and others near as bad, who soiled the white cloak I wore. There's definitely a bunch of other symbolism there. Nothing will excuse that. I might be serving in King's Landing still if the vile boy upon the Iron Throne had not cast me aside. It shames me to admit. But when he took the cloak that the White Bull had draped about my shoulders and sent me to kill that self-same day, and sent men to kill me that self-same day, it was as though he had ripped a caul off my eyes. That was when I knew I must find my true king and die in his service.
I can grant that wish, Sir Jorah said darkly.
Quiet. I'll hear him out. It may be that I must die a traitor's death, Sir Barristan said. If so, I should not die alone. Before I took Robert's pardon, I fought against him on the Trident. You were on the other side of that battle, Mormont, were you not? He did not wait for an answer. Your Grace, I am sorry I misled you. It was the only way to keep the Lannisters from learning that I had joined you. You are watched, as your brother was. Lord Varys spied on every move Viserys made for years. Whilst I sat on the small council, I heard 100 such reports. And since the day you wed Khal Drogo, there has been an informer by your side, selling your secrets, trading whispers to the spider for gold and promises. He cannot mean. You are mistaken. Dany looked at Sir Jorah Mormont. Tell him he's mistaken. There's no informer. Sir Jorah, tell him. We crossed the Dothraki Sea together. And the Red Waste. Her heart fluttered like a bird in a trap. Tell him, Jorah. Tell him how he got it wrong.
The others take you, Selmy. Sir Jorah flung his long sword to the carpet. Khaleesi, it was only at the start, before I came to know you, before I came to love. Did not say that word.
I was going to ask you to read it, but I got it. Do not say that word. She backed away from him. How could you? What did the usurper promise you? Gold? Was that it? The Undying had said she would be betrayed twice more, once for gold and once for love. Tell me what you were promised.
Varys said I might go home. He bowed his head.
I was going to take you home. Her dragon sensed her fury. Viserion roared, and smoke rose gray from his snout. Drogon beat the air with black wings, and Rhaegar twisted his head back and belched flame. I should say the word and burn the two of them. Was there no one she could trust? No one to keep her safe? Are all the knights of Westeros so false as you two? Get out, before my dragons roast you both. What does roast liars smell like? As foul as Brown Ben's sewers. Go! Sir Barristan rose stiff and slow. For the first time he looked his age, and that's the same line that Sansa had about him when he was dismissed by Joffrey. Where shall we go, your grace? To hell, to serve King Robert. Dany felt hot tears on her cheeks. Drogon screamed, lashing his tail back and forth. The others can have you both. Go away forever, both of you. The next time I see your faces, I'll have your traitors' heads off. She could not say the words, though. They betrayed me, but they served me, but they lied. You go, my bear, my fierce, strong bear. What will I do without him? And the old man, my brother's friend. You go to the sewers, as we find out. That's what happens. Sent to the sewers. Tim, I see you've got a phone call or something. I need to grab a fresh drink, and people were asking for the Reading Rhaegar music. So,
okay, yeah, this seems like a good break. Bathroom time.
We'll be right back, friends.
All right.
Forgot how short that one is.
Yeah, nothing that can't wait. All right. Come here, you.
Very short. Oh, we're getting candid Tim talking to his pets. There we go. Which one is that?
This is Dalton, the Red Kraken.
Of course, Dalton. That would be. We do. I need to redo that song. That actually was like a rough... That wasn't so. I was supposed to redo it when I originally recorded it, and I was like, "Oh, that's actually good enough," and I just hit print. Yeah, I should redo it. Okay, so Barristan. So okay, going back to the duel with Miro, there was some other stuff. Obviously, he's got the snow white hair and the white armor and stuff, but it was the one where he turned aside the blow contemptuously. That's like parried it almost lazy. That's exactly like the last dismissing of Waymar's sword when it shatters Waymar's sword. And then the blow to his temple is similar to Waymar getting his eyes, one of his eyes put out by the shard. And then we see all the freedmen come in with their knives and slaughter him, and they butcher him. Mm-hmm. That's just like the rest of the others come in and butcher Waymar. It was cold butchery after the first hit that strikes him. So it was a pretty strong parallel, to be honest. Let's go back here. And just an exciting scene, just all around, you know. But yeah, swept the blade aside almost contemptuously and smashed the other end of the staff against the big man's temple. The other's parry was almost lazy, was the line. And then you got the blood bubbling from his mouth, just like Waymar's got the blood bubbling out of his eye. And then the freeman washed over him and butchered him. So yeah, it's pretty close. And so what does that tell you? If Barristan is playing the role of the others here and butchering Waymar, and Miro is like Waymar, what does that make Dany? Night's Queen.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? And so her other is protecting her from this last hero who's coming to kill her. Because Miro is a hero.
I was about to say it makes her Will watching from the trees.
Oh, well, a little bit.
Yeah.
I guess in that scene, that would be more like that. But ultimately, if we're looking at archetypes, yeah. Miro is a hero. His name even rhymes with hero. So yeah, that puts it on it right there. That's pretty funny. Yeah, and so that puts Dany in the role of Night's Queen, which she does do from time to time. And of course, Nissa and Night's Queen are very much parallel, or might be the same person. Mm-hmm. And Miro the Hero, like a late 90s Iron Maiden song. It's, Iron Maiden is really just, you can't not laugh. I don't know what to say. I can't listen to that with a straight face. Okay, so. Oh, which book is this? I didn't look it up.
I believe this is Clash.
You see they updated the titles here, the new art in the Kindle.
My Kindle still has the old art, but I also bought it so that all 5 books. I don't have to go book to book. I can just type in any line and it'll bring up whatever book it's from.
I think this is actually going to be dance. It looks like. Sorry, guys. No. Okay. So what? Help me out, Tim. I can't.
So where am I at? Yeah. Oh, it's Storm Chapter 8.
I thought I just did this.
Yeah, sorry. Clash is when Barristan first meets Dany, but yeah, now we're early in the Storm.
I need a search. I need a. What chapter is it in Storm?
Chapter 8. The Squire Whitebeard is standing by the figurehead with one lean hand.
I'm having flashbacks to the Reyna stream where I should have set these key points and didn't. Okay, go ahead.
Squire Whitebeard, standing by the figurehead with one lean hand curled about his tall hardwood staff, turned toward them and said, Balerion the Black Dread was 200 years old when he died during the reign of Jaehaerys the Conciliator. So the point is, like, Dany was asking questions about dragons, and Jorah had no good answers, but Barristan knows a thing or two about dragons. He was so large he could swallow an aurochs whole. A dragon never stops growing, your grace, so long as he has food and freedom. His name was Arstan, but strong Belwas had named him Whitebeard for his pale whiskers, and most everyone called him that now. He was taller than Ser Jorah, though not so muscular. His eyes were a pale blue, his long beard as white as snow and as fine as silk. Freedom.
So, real quick here, Tim. A lot of Snowbeard, which is, of course, a stark, icy magician Edric Snowbeard's thing. But also the fine as silk, the hair fine as silk, that's happened a couple times. That reminds me of Bloodraven's hair. That's as fine as root silk. It's like silky root hair, like hair. So that's because that's kind of like the old lion symbolism. It's like the old green seer Odin kind of character. It's a similar figure. So anyway, there was something else too, going back. Yeah, this whole thing is funny because, like you said, Jorah is trying to talk about dragons. She's like, how long does a dragon live? And Jorah shrugs and says a dragon's natural span of days is many times longer than a man's, or so the songs would have us believe. But the dragons of Seven Kingdoms knew best were those of House Targaryen. They were bred for war, and in war they died. It's not so easy. It is no easy thing to slay a dragon, but it can be done. So it's kind of like he gives a half-ass answer where he doesn't really know much specifically. He just sort of says some general, people say this, the song's this. And then Whitebeard's like listening. He's like, I didn't know a thing or two about dragons. And he's kind of one-upping him here.
So, Dany asks about freedom. And then in King's Landing, your ancestors raised an immense domed castle for their dragons. The Dragon Pit, it is called. It still stands atop the hill of Rhaenys, though all in ruins now. That was where the royal dragons dwelt in days of yore, and a cavernous dwelling it was, with iron doors so wide that 30 knights could ride through them abreast. Yet even so, it was noted that none of the pit dragons ever reached the size of their ancestors. The maesters say it was because of the walls around them and the great dome above their heads.
I gotta say, I love the Maesters. They get a bad rap, but I love it when they're trying to figure out magic stuff with reason. Like, it's just the best. And I think they're probably right here, you know?
Not to go too far out into the weeds, but this is a thing with reptiles. Because when I was younger, I used to have snakes, and I had a python and a boa. And the boa I kept in a pen that we built into the basement, and it got to be about 7 feet long.
Tim, you said not to get in the weeds, but let me tell you a snake story. Is that a snake in the grass? Go ahead.
Yeah, it really is. But anyway, the boa got to be about 7 feet, but that was kept in captivity. It's nowhere near as long as a boa can get. You know, you hear stories about 20, 30 feet boas, and then anacondas that can get like 40 to 50 feet.
Yeah, then there's the movie Anaconda, where that snake was really big.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, it is a thing about like captivity can stop certain animals from growing. Reptiles are a great example. So maybe the Maesters might be a little bit right with dragons are a magical creature, but at least as far as real world reptiles go, like, no, this is a thing. If they're kept penned up, they stop growing.
And the other thing I think of is the volcanoes. You know, the volcanoes are sources of fire magic in some sense. The Valyrians talk about the dragons as the children of the 14 flames. So it's definitely potential that could be part confinement, but it might not be the confinement at all. It might just be that they don't live near a volcano, and so they're not feeding off of that resonant strength. So in the same way that Targaryens become stronger and more confident when they bond with the dragon growing up near a volcano, it grows up a little stronger and more confident, perhaps. Like, Cannibal Dragon is very confident. So,
yeah.
So is Sheepstealer.
So then Jorah chimes in, if walls could keep us small, peasants would all be tiny and kings as large as giants.
Jorah with his wits. I know some science. That's poppycock. That don't make sense.
I've seen huge men born in hovels and dwarfs who dwelt in castles. Men are men, Whitebeard replied. Dragons are dragons. Sir Jorah snorted his disdain. How profound. The exiled knight had no love for the old man. He made that plain from the first. What do you know, dragons, anyway?
Hold on, this is a Twitter thread.
Yeah.
This is a Twitter thread.
First off, man, he wasn't even talking to you. Second, he did not say anything that was in any way controversial. He's just saying, well, Balerion lived to be 200. Here's some facts that I know. I'm just trying to tell Daenerys about that. Who even are you, man? But Jorah, you see just how just how at odds they are and how threatened Jorah is by Barristan being there.
And again, this is playing out exactly like a Twitter thread. So this is how this starts. For those of you blessedly who are not on Twitter, you have a smart person, an expert, who will either post or make a first comment on a question post and say, oh, well, actually, Balerion the Black Dread lived to be about 200, and the Maesters noticed that none of the pit dragons ever grew. So these are all facts and observations, and the Maesters think this. Reason, speculation, qualified as such. This is the way a professional talks when they say something. Then you have smartass come along. First reply, if walls could keep us small, peasants would all be tiny and kings as large as giants. Moron. I've seen huge men born in hovels and dwarves who built in castles. Chimes in another person. And then the original person who's like, oh, am I going to reply to these morons? This isn't worth my time. I'm a professional. I guess I will. I don't really have men are men, dragons are dragons. What would you know? And then you get to how profound. Like,
yeah, that's like, what about your whataboutism? We're talking about dragons. Stay on topic.
And then somebody else, what do you know of dragons anyway? And then somebody will screenshot Barristan Selmy, Kingsguard to 4 Targaryen, like,
Yeah.
Little enough, that's true. Yet I served for a time in King's Landing in the days when Aerys sat the Iron Throne and walked beneath the dragon skulls that looked down from the walls of his throne room. And then getting back to the reason we're quoting this is because Barristan is supplying Dany with little bits of her history, and that's a major part of his character. Sorry, we were having a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Viserys talked of those skulls, she said. The usurper took them down and hid them away. He could not bear them looking down on him upon his stolen throne. She beckoned Whitebeard closer. Did you ever meet my royal father? King Aerys II had died before his daughter was born.
I had that great honor, your grace.
Did you find him good and gentle?
Whitebeard did his best to hide his feelings, but they were there, plain on his face. His grace was often pleasant.
Often, Dany smiled. But not always?
He could be very harsh to those he thought his enemies.
A wise man never makes an enemy of a king, said Dany. Did you know my brother Rhaegar as well?
It was said that no man ever truly knew Prince Rhaegar. I had the privilege of seeing him in tourney, though, and often heard him play his harp with its silver strings.
Sir Jorah snorted.
Yeah.
So there's a productive conversation has broken out on Twitter. This is, again, how it works. Somebody will come along and put a productive comment on the professional's tweet and be like, oh, you're actually an expert about dragons. Can you tell me more? And you'd be like, oh, well, yes, blah, blah, blah. Then comes the a-hole, along with 1,000 others at some harvest feast. Next, you'll claim you squired for him. I make no such... Oh, this is you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we keep switching up the characters.
Yeah, whatever.
I make no such claim, sir. Miles Mooton was Prince Rhaegar's squire, and Richard Lawnmouth after him. Oh, and we're getting more important history.
Receipts.
Yeah. When they won their spurs, he knighted them himself, and they remained his close companions. Young Lord Connington was dear to the prince as well, but his oldest friend was Arthur Dane.
The sword of the morning, said Dany, delighted. Viserys used to talk about his wondrous white blade. He said Sir Arthur was the only knight in the realm who was our brother's peer. That's really funny, because the only knight who is Arthur's peer is right in front of her. It's actually Barristan Selmy, not Rhaegar. I'm sorry, not our brothers. You know what I'm trying to say. Arthur Dane and Barristan are peers. Rhaegar's not quite on that level, but you can see that this is... Dany has gotten her history from Viserys, which is a bit polished up.
Sorry, I was looking up because the young Lord Connington is John Connington, and Richard Lawnmouth, we've said in other streams, candidate of being Lem Lemoncloak, the Knight of Skulls and Kisses. What happened to Miles Mooton?
Probably dead.
Probably.
And Barristan bows his head and says, it's not my place to question the words of Prince Viserys. So he's being very deferential. This is interesting here. Oh, king, Dany corrected. He was a king, though he never reigned. Viserys, the third of his name. But what do you mean? His answer had not been one she'd expected. Sir Jorah named Rhaegar the last dragon once. He had to have been a peerless warrior to be called that, surely. Your Grace, said Whitebeard, the Prince of Dragonstone was a most puissant warrior, but... Go on, she urged. You may speak freely to me. As you command. The old man leaned upon his hardwood staff, his brow furrowed. A warrior without peer, those are fine words, Your Grace, but words win no battles. Swords win battles, Sir Jorah said bluntly, and Prince Rhaegar knew how to use one. He did, sir, but I have seen 100 tournaments and more wars than I would wish, and however strong or fast and skilled a knight may be, there are always others who can match him. A man will win one tourney and fall quickly in the next. A slick spot in the grass may mean defeat, or what you ate for supper the night before. A change in the wind may bring the gift of victory, he glanced at Sir Jorah, or a lady's favor nodded round an arm. Be careful what you say, old man. Arston had seen Sir Jorah... Actually, go ahead.
I was just saying, low blow bringing up his ex-wife.
It was. That's why I say Barristan is a low-key petty king. He is. He keeps it buttoned up. But, like, if you test him, he'd be like, oh, no, I've been paying attention.
It's always burn! Oh, and I looked at, Miles Mooton, one of the 6 people killed by Robert during the Battle of the Bells. So that's what happened to him. Mormont's, Arstan had seen Ser Jorah fight at Lannisport, Dany knew. In the tourney, Mormont had won with a lady's favor knotted around his arm. He had won the lady too, Lyness of Hightower, his second wife, highborn and beautiful, but she had ruined him and abandoned him, and the memory of her was bitter to him now. Be gentle, my knight. She put a hand on Jorah's arm. Now we're totally switching voices. Arstan had no wish to give offense, I'm certain.
As you say, Khaleesi. No, this is funny, though, because, like, Jorah is a bully.
Mm-hmm.
He is. And be careful what you say, old man. Like, that's bully talk, you know? And I just think it's funny, because it's like, it's like, what? You can't handle... Like, oh, don't talk about that? Is that too sensitive of a topic for you, Jorah? You know, like...
Yeah. Just like before, when he pointed out Barristan as, like, he fought for the usurper, and then Barristan's like, yeah, and who did you fight for? Kind of dancing over the fact that you fought for Ned Stark, right, as a Northman.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you stand up to a bully. It's like they get mad. Yeah. They kind of splutter and rage and, you know. So it's pretty great stuff. And I hate to keep comparing this to Twitter, but like this is what happens. You get somebody that's just like really opinionated and aggressive, and then you have someone that actually knows what they're talking about, and they'll be a little more restrained. Like they don't need to sound like that because they actually know what they're talking about. This thing is great. I'm going to do a screenshot of this all as a Twitter thread. So Dany turned back to the squire. I know little of Rhaegar, only the tales Viserys told, and he was a little boy when our brother died. What was he truly like?
The old man considered a moment. Able, that above all. Determined, deliberate, dutiful, single-minded. There's a tale told of him, but doubtless Ser Jorah knows it as well.
I would hear it from you.
As you wish. As a young boy, the Prince of Dragonstone was bookish to a fault. He was reading so early that men said Queen Rhaella must have swallowed some books and a candle whilst he was in her womb. Rhaegar took no interest in the play of other children. The maesters were awed by his wits, but his father's knights would joust sourly that Baelor the Blessed had been born again. That kid was a total nerd. Until nerds! Until one day, Prince Rhaegar found something in his scrolls that changed him. No one knows what it might have been, only that the boy suddenly appeared early one morning in the yard as the knights were donning their steel. He walked up to Sir Willem Darry, the master-at-arms, and said, I require sword and armor. It seems I must be a warrior.
And he was, said Dany, delighted.
He was indeed. My pardons, your grace. We speak of warriors, and I see that strong Belwast has arisen. I must attend him.
He's like, this looks like a good place to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Some of this Targaryen history can be a little mucky.
Mm-hmm. But alas, that is a tale for another day.
Yeah, so, and the interesting thing here where, like, Dany is pretty perceptive. And so when he's, he was often pleasant, she's like, you mean that sometimes he wasn't pleasant. So she's reading between the lines pretty well. Mm-hmm. And then he says, well, he could be cruel to his enemies. And then she kind of like flip-flops. So she's like, well, yeah, you don't want to make enemies of a king. So like you can tell there are these two conflicting things inside of her. She wants to take pride in her family. She's disconnected from her history. And the little bits that she get makes her feel something. Like, oh yeah, I have family members. I came from somewhere. I'm not an orphan completely. Like I have a history. But she also knows that he was called the Mad King, and she's grown up enough to know that, like, you know, the truth is always complex. And so she's poking at it and testing it a little bit. And this is, you know, she hasn't really come to grips with this truth, the truth of her father's reign. And this is going to be a major plot point in Dany's own self-perception and her idea of, like, do I have a right to claim the throne? Is that in the best interest of everyone? We know she thinks a lot about the kind of kingdom that she would like to rule. She doesn't want to let the Dothraki and the dragons ravage the countryside. She wants her people to be happy. And then, so she's going to, what do you think, where do you think that this is going to happen? And how do you think it'll affect Dany, where she really gets the lowdown on what her father was like?
See, she has to come back first, obviously. And that will be the perception of, like, we've talked about Jon, right? When Jon's coming back and he ain't going to be happy. And it seems like the same is coming for Dany. Dany's not going to die to do it, but when she comes back from the Dothraki Sea, possibly going to be more dragon-like. One of the things that the show did that I think will happen in the books, one of the good parts of the show, I think the burning of the Khals is going to happen, and Dany's going to return from the Dothraki Sea with the crones from Dosh Khaleen and all that, and this horde, this Dothraki horde at her back. And that is going to be the perception, like the perception lies in, but how is she going to be personality-wise? And that's going to be the question of, is Barry going to stick with her, or is he, and that's why I brought up the 3 betrayals. Is Barry one of them? Have all the 3 betrayals happened? Some say that the 3 betrayals have already happened, that it was Mirri Maz Duur, Brown Ben Plum, and Jorah Mormont, so all 3 have been filled. But then there's others that say, no, maybe one of those doesn't really count. Maybe Brown Ben Plum or something. That's just sellswords being sellswords or whatever. I think the perception is going to lie when Dany comes back, how is she going to rule? Because when she comes back to Meereen and has like these thoughts of like, okay, I'm done playing nice, is she going to be, though, burn them all? I mean, yeah, it's going to be, in this case, it's going to be slavers, but it's still going to be like, is she going to have that mindset of, we can't make peace with these people, I'm just going to burn it and start anew?
And of course, my theory is not that. My theory is that she's going to bring the Dosh Khaleen from Vaes Dothrak, where they're essentially being wasted, and bring them to Meereen and they will help stabilize the situation. There's the vision of her leading the crones out of the womb of the World Lake, which is a rebirth symbol. So she will be reforming the Dothraki traditions and giving them a new purpose. And of course, Meereen has this tradition of the graces of respecting wise women, essentially. So I think that Dosh Khaleen will do quite well in Slaver's Bay, helping to bring stabilize the situation. But the point is, she will come back, and I do think Barristan will be around. So I actually think this is going to continue, where Barristan is giving her more information. Now, Tyrion and Victarion are also going to be here. And I've joked about the idea of Barristan, Tyrion, and Victarion running a Three Stooges routine. Really, I guess there's varying levels of intelligence. Like, Tyrion is the most clever, and then you have Barristan and then Victarion. But yeah, that might be pretty funny. But once Dany gets back, yeah, Tyrion's definitely knows all about Aerys, and so I do think she'll be finding out a lot when she comes back about this.
If anything, Tyrion, because we see Barristan's kind of like dancing around it, Tyrion might actually be the one to bluntly tell her, say, your dad was a damn madman and he killed, and this is what he did.
He would. You're right. He would say it very bluntly. And I actually think that we could, like, what's the point of setting Barristan up as this sneaky secret agent guy if he's not going to do it one more time? So wouldn't it make sense if he snuck back into King's Landing to help suss out the situation for Dany? And this is where he finds Fagon and assesses all of that. So if you believe he's going to flip to Fagon, it could happen here, or the seeds could be planted here. So he's not sure, okay? I actually think what we could see is that Barristan will be the one to help Dany figure out that it's not Rhaegar's son. Because we know that he's a lie that Dany's got to slay Fagon, the Mummer's dragon. She's going to figure it out. So maybe Barristan will help her. I think there's a lot of foreshadowing that Fagon will be eaten by a dragon, either because he tries to ride one and fails, or because he's fed to one of Dany's dragons, the darkest version of that. And so maybe if that happens, that would cause Barristan to have a crisis of conscience or something like that. So I think there's a lot of interesting things that could happen with Barristan returning to King's Landing and not dying before then, I think is my point. So I'd like to see him around at least until we get back to Westeros.
Yeah. Like, I don't. Obviously, Danny's not going to go the show route. She's not going to become Dragon Hitler. But I do think when she comes back, she is going to be a bit more forceful.
Purposeful, Tim. Purposeful.
She doesn't want to leave Marine. She doesn't want to leave another Astapor situation to open up in Marine. We don't want another Cleon the Butcher King.
Yeah, she needs a solution, and that's why I think the Dosh Khaleen will be so key. That'll give her a way to leave and feel like it's buttoned up, as opposed to King Dario, because we know that's not a good idea. But let's go back. We had a couple good comments in the chat and a super chat. So one, no, Cheryl, Barristan has not told her. Only a little bit of the truth. Kelly Johnson says, who quit their job most like a boss, Barristan the Bold or the Hound? Well, let's see. The Hound quit his job in the middle of a battle, abandoning his post, and then went to Sansa's room to R-word her and kind of couldn't go through with it. So I'd go ahead and say Barristan quit like a boss as opposed to the Hound.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like he was setting me up for that one. Kelly's pretty smart. And then we've got Archerize It's 26-month Squisher member. Thank you. Old guy's getting it done. We're not old. Oh, Barristan. He's talking about Barristan. I'm 37. I'm not old. Great as always, Dave and Grey Waste, though. Still waiting for reading Rhaegar's Walker Theory video. I'm not sure. I don't think reading Rhaegar has promised any videos. And then let me go over to the super chat, because I know there was one. From Mike. Thank you, Mike. No question. Thank you, Ion. Thank you, Summertime. All right. So there we go.
Oh, I got a PayPal from Craig. No question, though. But thank you for the PayPal. And then I also got a second PayPal. This PayPal will work with me.
Okay, so we've gotten a lot of the Jorah stuff. Tell me more of my brother Rhaegar. So yeah, I don't think we need to read that one. That's more of the same. I think we actually did get that just now. Let's go into this training the new knights thing, because this is really interesting. This reminds me of Luthen from Andor talking about working for a sunrise he'll never see, because like Barristan is old and he could die in this he's like far from home, you know, and here he is training new knights to potentially, fight for Dany. So I love that, how he continues to invest in the future. He's not someone who's just like, well, I'm old, so fuck it, I don't care about anything, he is going back to that fertility symbolism, the cornucopia symbolism. He is paving the way for a new harvest, if you will. And Tim was kind enough to put up some notes on Barry's boys here, and then we've got a quote to read, so take it away, Tim.
Yeah, so the lads he was instructing ranged in age from 8 to 20, but I made these notes because there's 3 that stand up above all of them that are like...
Oh, before you get started, let me just respond to the chat. Qyburn is Luthen. That's Dany's Luthen. Qyburn. Well, a little bit Tyrion, too, to be honest. She's got a couple. Go ahead. Have you watched Andor, Tim, or you know what we're talking about?
No, I have not watched Andor.
He's just a Machiavellian figure. He's working for the rebellion, but he's definitely willing to, walk on the dark side of things. Yeah. So that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, so we got Barry's, I call them Barry's boys, but Larrick the Lash, he fights with a whip and a trident. Barristan doesn't really approve of that, but he recognizes his skill and considers him one of the best students. Tumco Low, this is like his number one. He compares him, promised best natural swordsman he has seen since Jaime Lannister. So that is high praise from Tumco Low coming from Barristan. And Tumco is from the Basilisk Isles. He's a former, he was a slave in the pit fighters. He was like kind of a trainee working his way up in the fighting pits.
So think about it. The Basilisk Isles, remember the Basilisk Isles are like dark Peter Pan, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. It's like pirates and evil magic and stuff. So from those cesspits comes this guy who was also a pit fighter trainee. So he's seen some dark stuff. And he is a promising natural swordsman on a level that has not been seen in quite a while. So that's pretty interesting fellow. Somebody that maybe could help Dany in the next book, kill some of those Volantene nobles or something. Go ahead.
It's also from Tom Colo. It's only in the half chapter from Winds, but Tom Colo says that there are giant squids in the Basilisk too. So as if those places weren't scary enough, in the water surrounding the Basilisk Isles, there are krakens because he recognizes the Greyjoy banner.
There's hella crocodiles too.
Yeah.
That's funny that he recognizes that on the sigil. I'd forgotten that.
Yeah, he squids.
So like place like this, there might be squishers.
Yeah. And then there's the Red Lamb, who is a Lazarene, but he's far from timid because like the Lazarene call him Red Men, but Barristan says he's all ferocity and no technique, but Barristan sees potential. So he's our number 3 he's our bronze medal, obviously. But what stands out about the Red Lamb is like, I came for blood, not gold. Like he is the very opposite of what we picture the peaceful Lazarene shepherds. Like, no, this guy's mad at his god for making them weak. He's mad at the Dothraki for always steamrolling them. He's just Red Lamb mad at the world. Red Lamb smash.
Yeah, Dedra Meero was a great character. Look, there's Andor was awesome. You should definitely watch it, Tim, if you watch Star Wars stuff. You've seen Rogue One, right?
No, I'm actually not a big Star Wars fan.
Okay, never mind. I won't try to convert you. I'm not a giant Star Wars fan. This is just the good stuff. But in any case, yeah, we'll have to do some other time. But what I love about the Red Lamb character is it shows how George questions everything. No, there's no monotype, right? Like the Lazarene have this peaceful culture. They don't fight. Well, sooner or later, somebody's not going to like that. Somebody's going to get born with a little bit of piss and vinegar, with actual blood in their veins, as Jaime Lannister would say, like about Brandon Stark, who doesn't go along with, I was raised one way and turned out a totally different way. So I relate to this. Like, this person was not down with the culture of his parents and in fact resents it. And he blames the Lamb God and stuff. So yeah, this is something that would happen and that does happen. And I just love that George has included this character. So big fan of the Red Lamb. Star Wars just rips off Dune. This is the wrong chat. Wrong chat for that. So let's go to, we have a quote for this. Do we want to? Yes, let's actually read it.
We can read it. It's him talking about training the boys with no king to guard. I have more time to train them.
No, it's the speech that he gives them in the TWOW chapter.
Yeah. This is in Dance when we're first meeting these kids.
Okay. So why don't you, let's move on. And, or do you think that quote is worth reading or no?
It's just more about Barristan showering praise on these kids.
Sure, let's read it. That's what we're here to do.
Okay. The lads he was instructing ranged in age from 8 to 20. He had started with more than 60 of them, but the training had proved too rigorous for many. Less than half that number now remained, but some showed great promise. With no king to guard, I will have more time to train them now, he realized, as he walked from pair to pair, watching them go at one another, with blunted swords and spears with rounded heads. Brave boys, base-born, aye, but some will make good knights, and they loved the queen. If not for her, all of them would have ended in the pits. King Hizdahr has his pit fighters, but Daenerys will have knights. Keep your shield up, he called. Show me your strokes. Together now. Low, high, low, low, high, low. Selmy took his simple supper out onto the Queen's terrace that night and ate it as the sun went down. Though through the purple twilight he watched fires waken one by one in the great stepped pyramids as the many-colored bricks of marine faded to gray and then to black. Shadows gathered in the streets and alleys below, making pools and rivers. In the dusk, the city seemed a tranquil place, even beautiful. That is pestilence, not peace, the old man told himself with his last sip of wine.
Like, literally, people are afraid to go outside because of the pale mare.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, now he's thinking about going to meet Resnack, and this is the next scene we want to read. If the shave pate speaks treason, he will leave me no choice but to arrest him. Hizdahr is my queen's consort, however little I may like it. My duty is to him, not Skahaz. Or was it? The first duty of the Kingsguard was to defend the king from harm or threat. The White Knights were sworn to obey the king's commands as well. To keep his secrets, counsel him when counsel was requested. That goes back to the barrister thing. And keep silent when it was not, serve his pleasure, and defend his name and honor. Strictly speaking, it was purely the king's choice whether or not to extend the Kingsguard protection to others, even those of royal blood. Some kings thought it right and proper to dispatch Kingsguard to serve and defend their wives and children, siblings, aunts, uncles, and cousins, and occasionally even their lovers, mistresses, and bastards. Hello, Jon Snow, Tower of Joy, Kingsguard. But others preferred to use their household knights and men-at-arms for those purposes while keeping their 7, blah, blah, blah. If the queen had commanded me to protect Hizdahr, I would have no choice but to obey. But Daenerys Targaryen had never established a proper Queensguard, even for herself, nor issued any commands in respect to her consort. The world was simpler when I had a Lord Commander to decide such matters, Selmy reflected. Now I am the Lord Commander, and it's hard to know which path is right. So one of the points I had on here is that Barristan holds it down for Dany when Dany is gone. And you have to think about this, like, everything would have fallen apart without Barristan. Everyone else would have grabbed power and acted like Dany had never even been there. But Barristan holds it together. And there's a line here where he says, let's see, he's talking about Daenerys isn't dead. I saw her riding that dragon. I saw it with my own eyes. And then later in that chapter, he says, I'm no hand, but let me see. I should have just put it in here. I guess I was imagining we're going to read this whole scene, but I think it's really just this one paragraph. I'm only a simple knight, the queen's protector. I never wanted this, but with the queen gone and the king in chains, and this is after they've arrested Hizdahr, someone has to rule, and Sir Barristan did not trust the shave pate. So he's just holding it down because there's no one more competent and trustworthy, you know?
Yeah. So he doesn't want to be, he just wants to be a Queensguard, but he is forced into the position of Queen's Hand because there's literally no one else.
Yes. Let's see here. And this is the shave pate one. Something tells me you have a shave pate voice.
I have a shave pate voice, yes.
Listen to that confident tone. All right. A pale shadow in a dark, the two conspirators came together in the quiet of the armory on the Great Pyramid's second level, amongst racks of spears, sheaves of quarrels, and walls hung with trophies from forgotten battles.
And I do like that this opens up with Barry as a shadow again, so just hammering home more of the other symbolism. Tonight, should Shako smoke Kondak, the brass face of a bloodbat peered out from beneath the hood of his patchwork cloak. All my men will be in place. The word is Grolio.
Grolio. That is fitting, I suppose. Yes. What was done to him? You were at court?
One guardsman amongst 40, all waiting for the empty tabard on the throne to speak the command, so we might cut down Bloodbeard and the rest. Do you think the Yunkai would ever have dared present Daenerys with the head of her hostage?
No, thought Selmy. Hizdahr seemed distraught.
Sham! His own kin of Lorak were returned unharmed. You saw. The Yunkai played us a mummer's farce, with noble Hizdahr as chief mummer. The issue was never your cause, Zoe Yunzak. The other slavers would gladly have trampled that old fool themselves. This was to give Hizdahr a pretext to kill the dragons.
Sir Barristan chewed on that. Would he dare?
He dared to kill his queen. Why not her pets? If we do not act, Hizdahr will hesitate for a time, to give proof of his reluctance, and allow the wise masters the chance to rid him of the Stormcrow and the Blood Rider. Then he will act. They want the dragons dead before the Volantine fleet arrives.
Aye, they would. It all fit. That did not mean Barristan Selmy liked it any better. That will not happen. His queen was the mother of dragons. He would not allow her children to come to harm. The hour of the wolf, the blackest part of night when all the world's asleep. He had first heard those words from Tywin Lannister outside the walls of Duskendale. He gave me a day to bring out Aerys. Unless I returned with the king by dawn the following day, he would take the town with steel and fire, he told me. It was the hour of the wolf when I went in, and the hour of the wolf when we emerged. So this is more good other stuff. Mm-hmm. Rescuing someone at the hour of the wolf. Even meeting with the Black Shadow. The Black Shadows are the Night's Watch. So here we have a White Shadow secretly working with a watchman here. So, and he's also got the patchwork cloak, which identifies him with fools and green men, and thus the watch. He's got the blood bat. So that would basically be Black Death symbolism. The bats are black and they represent death. The watchmen wear black and are symbolically dead.
Yeah.
So this
I was also going to say, it also represents, though, the shaved pate as, like, a parasite. A blood bat, I assume, would be a vampire bat, so a blood sucker. And the shaved pate is definitely... I always looked at the shaved pate as, like, this Marinese little finger. And I do think he's the one who was behind, like, the poison locusts. And if you've ever... Anyone who's read the Marinese Knots essay will see that. The shaved pate is slimy.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about who did what. Kelly Johnson was asking me who tried to kill Dany with the locusts and what's going on here. I think some of what he's saying about Hizdahr is true. I think Hizdahr is working with the other slavers, and I do think there was a mummers show put on there. But did Khrazz frame Hizdahr trying to kill Dany? I don't know, because that means that Khrazz was risking that Dany would be killed. Is he thinking that if Dany's poisoned, that's going to set off the rebellion he wants?
No, because I don't think he meant to poison Dany, because why he poisoned... If he wanted to poison Dany, he would poison dates or a food that Dany likes. He poisoned something that Hizdahr specifically likes. I think that the poison was meant for Hizdahr, and that Hizdahr was just blindly offering them to Dany because he's like, hey, I really like, you should try these. I really like them. I think
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I think like the whole Dany being poisoned with the locust is actually a false flag. They were meant for Hizdahr, and Belwas mucked it up.
I kind of remember that. I've read Marinese Blood a long time ago. Yeah, many years ago. I think Shave Pate he's transparent about his motivations. Like the things where he's urging Barristan to put the hostage kids to death. Mm-hmm. Like he doesn't just go and do it. Like he's trying to convince him to do it. So I feel like he's somewhat on the up and up, meaning like he is what he appears to be. Like he hates the slavers. He wants revenge against them. But I do think he's willing to like use other people to get that. Mm-hmm. I think he cares more about that than the stability of Dany's rule, perchance. So I think it's something like that. He's a ruthless bastard, but on the level. That's how I mostly read him. Yeah.
It's like a Bloodraven thing. The ends justify the means. It does, but like, yeah, people are going to get hurt, but we have to accept that if it means the greater good. But we've said like that comes down to the idea of if your plan to save the world requires the sacrifice of innocent people, then it's not a good plan.
So basically, Barristan arrested Hizdahr for the wrong reason, but it was probably a good thing. It's the inverse of when he saved Aerys, which was like the right thing to do as a Kingsguard, but it wasn't really good. So this is kind of the opposite, where like Hizdahr almost certainly is working with the Green Grace and the other slavers, and I tend to think the Green Grace is in on that. So Shave Pate basically got Barristan to arrest him on a false pretext. But overall, it's right that he can't be trusted. So I think that's what's going on.
Let's see.
But let's get to the fight with Khrazz. Oh, no, they're still talking.
Better to attack at first light. Burst from the gates and swarm across the siege lines. Smash the Yunkai as they come stumbling from their beds.
No. The two of them had argued this before. There is a peace, signed and sealed by Her Grace the Queen. We will not be the first to break it. Once we have taken Hizdahr, we will form a council to rule in his place and demand the Yunkai return our hostages and withdraw their enemies. Should they refuse, then and only then will we inform them that the peace is broken and go forth to give them battle. Your way is dishonorable.
And your way is stupid. The hour is ripe. Our freedmen are ready, hungry.
That much was true, Selmy knew. Simon Stripeback of the Free Brothers and Malono Yosdab of the Stalwart Shields were both eager for battle, intent on proving themselves and washing out all the wrongs they had suffered in a tide of Yunkish blood. Only Marcellin of the Mother's Men shared Sir Barristan's doubts. We discussed this. You agreed it would be my way.
I agreed. But that was before Grolio, the head. The slavers have no honor.
We do, said Sir Barristan.
The Shave Pate muttered something in Giscari, then said, As you wish, though we will rue your old man's honor before this game is done, I think. What of Hizdahr's guards?
His Grace keeps 2 men by him when he sleeps, one on the door of his bedchamber, a second within, and in an adjoining alcove. Tonight it will be Khrazz and Steelskin.
Khrazz, that I do not like.
It need not come to blood, Sir Barristan told him. I mean to talk to Hizdahr. If he understands we do not intend to kill him, he may command his guards to yield.
And if not, Hizdahr must not escape us.
He will not escape. Selmy did not fear Khrazz, much less Steelskin. They were only pit fighters. Hizdahr's fearsome collection of former fighting slaves made indifferent guards at best. Speed and strength and ferocity they had, and some skill at arms as well, but blood games were poor training for protecting kings. In the pits their foes were announced with horns and drums, and after the battle was done and won, the victors could have their wounds bound up and quaff some milk of the poppy for the pain, knowing that the threat was past and that they were free to drink and feast and whore until the next fight. But the battle was never truly done for a knight of the Kingsguard. Threats came from everywhere and nowhere, at any time of day or night. No trumpets announced the foe. Vassals, servants, friends, brothers, sons, even wives, any of them might have knives concealed beneath their cloaks. I was kind of paranoid. And murder hidden in their hearts. For every hour of fighting, a Kingsguard knight spent 10,000 hours watching, waiting, standing silent in the shadows. King Hizdahr's pit fighters were already growing bored and restive with their new duties, and bored men were lax, slow to react. I shall deal with Khrazz, said Sir Barristan. Just make certain I do not need to deal with any brazen beasts as well.
Have no fear. We will have Margaz in chains before he can make mischief. I told you, the brazen beasts are mine.
You say you have men amongst the Yunkishmen?
Sneaks and spies. Reznek has more.
Reznek cannot be trusted. He smells too sweet and feels too foul. Someone needs to free our hostages. Unless we get our people back, the Yunkai will use them against us.
Shaka snorted through the nose holes of his mask.
Easy to speak of rescue, harder to do. Let the slavers threaten.
And if they do more than threaten?
Would you miss them so much, old man? A eunuch, a savage, and a sellsword?
Hero, Jogo, and Dario. Jogo is the queen's blood rider, blood of her blood. They came out of the Red Waste together. Hero is Grey Worm's second in command, and Dario... She loves Dario. He had seen it in her eyes when she looked at him, heard it in her voice when she spoke of him. Dario is vain and rash, but he is dear to her grace. He must be rescued before his Stormcrows decide to take matters into their own hands. It can be done. I once brought the queen's father safely out of Duskendale, where he was being held captive by a rebel lord, but...
You could never hope to pass unnoticed amongst the Yunkai. Every man of them knows your face by now.
I could hide my face like you, thought Selmy. But he knew that Shavepate was right. Duskendale had been a lifetime ago. He was too old for such heroics. He's definitely going to do this again, folks. Let's see. Then we must needs find some other way, some other rescuer, someone known to the Yunkish men, whose presence in their camp might go unnoticed.
Daario calls you Sir Grandfather. I will not say what he calls me. If you and I were the hostages, would he risk his skin for us?
Not likely, he thought, but he said he might.
Daario might piss on us if we were burning. Elsewise, do not look to him for help. Let the Stormcrows choose another captain, one who knows his place. If the Queen does not return, the world will be one sellsword short. Who will grieve?
And when she does not return?
And see, this is really like how we see the Shave Paid.
Oh, and when does she return?
Yeah.
Oh, and when she does return. Jesus.
Return. Sorry. I was saying, like, we can really see, like, the Shave Paid is very much, look, you want to make this omelet, we got to crack a couple eggs. Dario's just an egg in this case.
Totally.
She will weep and tear her hair and curse the Yunkai. Not us. No blood on our hands. You can comfort her. Tell her some tale of the old days. She likes those. Poor Daario, her brave captain. She will never forget him, no. But better for all of us if he is dead, yes. Better for Daenerys, too.
Better for Daenerys and for Westeros. Daenerys Targaryen loved her captain, but that was the girl in her, not the queen. Prince Rhaegar loved his lady Lyanna, and thousands died for it. Daemon Blackfyre loved the first Daenerys and rose in rebellion when denied her. Bittersteel and Bloodraven both loved Shara Seastar, and the Seven Kingdoms bled. The Prince of Dragonflies loved Jenny of Oldstone so much he cast aside a crown, and Westeros paid the bride price in corpses. All three of the sons of the fifth Aegon had wed for love in defiance of their father's wishes, and because that unlikely monarch had himself followed his heart when he chose his queen, he allowed his sons to have their way, making bitter enemies where he might have had fast friends. Treason and turmoil followed as night follows day, ending at Summerhall in sorcery, fire, and grief. Her love for Daario is poison, a slower poison than the locust, but in the end, just as deadly. There is Jogo, Sir Barristan said, him and Hero, both precious to her grace.
Before we continue, it's also important to note the Shave Paid obviously doesn't have any real respect for Dany. The way he's told of, like, oh, we'll just tell her a story, let her cry to her. You know,
True.
She likes those. He is viewing her like a little girl, and it's like these are two men making decisions for her in her absence.
And Barristan, you can see he's like, oh no, well, Dany cares about him, so he's important. Mm-hmm. So he's like, really genuinely, this is my job. She would want this, and so that's what I'm going to do. Like, it's a pretty rare example of ethics and integrity, but
even though he recognizes, like, the Shave Paid isn't exactly wrong, though, in saying, but he is still keeping him around is still a risk. Her love for Daario is poison.
So Hizdahr talks about executing the hostages, the children, and how they're the children of the, wise masters.
Yeah.
Barristan says, innocent girls and sweet-faced boys. Barristan had come to know them all during the time they served the queen. Grazar with his dreams of glory, shy Mizara, lazy Miklas. Miklas, that's a word. That means something. I've come across that. I'm going to look that up in a second. Vain, pretty Kesmia, Keza with her big soft eyes, an angel's voice, Dezar the dancer, and the rest. Children.
Children of the Harpy. Only blood can pay for blood.
So said the Yunkish men who brought us Grolio's head.
He was not wrong.
I will not permit it.
What use are hostages if they may not be touched?
Mayhaps we might offer 3 of the children for Daario, Hero, and Jogo, Barristan allowed. Her grace
is not here. It is for you and me to do what must be done. You know that I am right.
Prince Rhaegar had 2 children, Sir Barristan told him. Rhaenys was a little girl, Aegon a babe in arms. When Tywin Lannister took King's Landing, his men killed both of them. He served the bloody bodies up in crimson cloaks, a gift for the new king. And what did Robert say when he saw them? Did he smile? Barristan Selmy had been badly wounded on the Trident, so he had been spared the sight of Lord Tywin's gift, but oft he wondered. If I had seen him smile over the red ruins of Rhaegar's children, no army on this earth could have stopped me from killing him. I will not suffer the murder of children. Accept that, or have no part in this.
Skahaz chuckled. You are a stubborn old man. Your sweet-faced boys will only grow up to be sons of the Harpy. Kill them now, or kill them then.
You kill men for the wrongs they have done, not the wrongs that they may do someday.
The Shave Pate took an axe down off the wall, inspected it, and grunted. So be it. No harm to Hizdahr or our hostages. Will that content you, Sir Grandfather?
Nothing about this will content me. It will serve. The hour of the wolf. Remember. So, this is interesting here. Ugh. Without getting to real-world politics, this is definitely an issue that we see debated. The idea of, like, who's innocent, and if you're at war with someone, can you kill their innocence? Most people agree no. But you see this argument from the most violent and bloodthirsty advocates for that kind of thing. They will say, oh, well, they'll, no children are innocent because they're born to that culture, or their parents will teach them to be terrorists or things like that.
It's the sins of the father, all of that.
And it's like, no, George wrote this 2 decades ago, or however long it was. I guess Dance is more like 13 years. But the point is, these arguments are old and have been made for hundreds of years. It's genocidal language, basically, when you say, oh, there's no innocence on that side because they're just going to grow up to be more of the enemy. So anytime you see that, just recognize that for what it is. And it's interesting that George put it in the books here. And we're just talking about having principles. Like, Barristan is like, yeah, well, maybe they'll break the treaty, but we have principles. And if we abandon our principles, then who are we? Same thing about Davos with what's the life of one kid in the kingdom. It's like everything. Because if we abandon our principles, then there's no point in winning. So
Exactly.
Yeah. Good stuff. So then let's kill Khrazz. We've been talking about it. We're planning to do it. So let's watch Barristan do it. Because it's pretty fun. It's interesting that Barristan is very confident and then turns out to be more or less well-placed in his confidence. Okay, so you're going to be Khrazz, I guess. I just need a quick second. Hang on now.
Yeah, no problem. I'll take a sip.
Yeah, in fact, y'all can listen to music for just a hot sec. We'll be right with y'all. Let's do this one. Thanks for the compliments on the funky Game of Thrones theme. That is the Game of Thrones theme. The timing has changed from 3 to 4. And shout out to my cousin, Jamie, the Hands of Soul, for the keyboards on that one. In any case. I'm here for Hizdahr, the knight said. Throw down your steel and stand aside, and no harm need come to you.
Khrazz laughed. Old man, I will eat your heart. The two men were of a height, but Khrazz was 2 stone heavier and 40 years younger, with pale skin, dead eyes, and a crest of bristly red-black hair that ran from his brow to the base of his neck.
Then come, said Barristan the Bold. Khrazz came. For the first time all day, Selmy felt certain. This is what I was made for, he thought. The dance, the sweet steel song, a sword in my hand and a foe before me. So this is definitely Odin. The battle frenzy is coming on. He's like, oh, yeah. The Hunger Strike cover. Yeah. I should record that one. That one is great. I do love that. All right. I can't sing as good as Glidus. I don't actually have a real singing voice. I can just like sort of hold it, you know. Anyway, Glidus is cooking. Did you see that, Tim? Did you see Glidus's cooking video that he put out?
No, I haven't.
So first of all, he went on camera. The bastard has luxurious silky brown hair down to his waist. It's very funny to see Glidus after only, and Alt-Shift-X is there, but he's off camera because
you won't reveal, no face reveal yet.
And basically he's making stuff out of the cookbook, out of the new Ice and Fire cookbook. And Alt-Shift-X is carrying on as if George is on the way to Australia to meet with them for dinner. And he keeps coming up with these more elaborate excuses about his snowmobile blew a tire and this and that. And he'll be here soon. It's hilarious. So go watch that because it's fun. And Glidus is funny. So,
yeah.
But anyway, why did I bring that up? There was a reason.
Somebody said something about Hunger Strike cover.
Yes. Oh, we're deep in the ADHD hole. Forget about it. Forget all of that. Yeah. Talking about singing. Okay. We're almost 4 hours into the stream. I'm allowed to do this. Okay.
We're showing praise to another creator. Glidus.
Yeah, that's legit. I just forgot what the bridge was. Okay, so this is what I was made for. A foe before me. The pit fighter was fast, blazing fast, as quick as any man Barristan had ever fought. In those big hands, the arak became a whistling blur, a steel storm that seemed to come at the old knight from 3 directions at once. Most of the cuts were aimed at his head. Khrazz was no fool. Without a helm, Selmy was most vulnerable above the neck. Go ahead and take it away.
He blocked the blows calmly, his long sword meeting each slash and turning it aside. The blades rang and rang again. Sir Barristan retreated. On the edge of his vision, he saw the cupbearers watching with eyes as big and white as chicken eggs. Khrazz cursed and turned a high cut into a low one, slipping past the old knight's blade for once, only to have his blow scrape uselessly off a white steel greave. Selmy's answering slash found the pit fighter's left shoulder, parting the fine linen to bite the flesh beneath. His yellow tunic began to turn pink, then red. Only cowards dress in iron, Khrazz declared, circling. No one wore armor in the fighting pits. It was blood the crowds came for. Death, dismemberment, and shrieks of agony, the music of the Scarlet Sands.
Sir Barristan turned with him. This coward is about to kill you, sir. The man was no knight, but his courage had earned him that much courtesy. Oh, he called him sir. Khrazz did not know how to fight a man in armor. Barristan could see it in his eyes. Doubt, confusion, and the beginnings of fear. The pit fighter came on again, screaming this time, as if sound could slay his foe where steel could not. The arak slashed low, high, low again. Selmy blocked the cuts at his head, and let his armor stop the rest, whilst his own blade opened the pit fighter's cheek from ear to mouth. Ow. Then traced a raw red gash across his chest. Blood welled from Khrazz's wounds. That only seemed to make him wilder. He seized the brazier with his offhand and flipped it, scattering embers and hot coals at Selmy's feet. Sir Barristan leapt over them. Khrazz slashed at his arm and caught him, but the arak could only chip the hard enamel before it met the steel below.
In the pit, that would have taken your arm off, old man.
We are not in the pit.
Yeah, skill issue. Get good, scrub. Take off that armor!
It's not too late to throw down your steel. Yield.
Die.
But spat Khrazz. But as he lifted his arak, its tip grazed one of the wall hangings and hung.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing. That was all the chance Sir Barristan required. He slashed open the pit fighter's belly, parried the arak as it wrenched free, then finished Khrazz with a quick thrust to the heart as the pit fighter's entrails came sliding out like a nest of greasy eels. Blood and viscera stained the king's silk carpets. Selmy took a step back. The long sword in his hand was red for half its length. Here and there, the carpets had begun to smolder where some of the scattered coals had fallen. He could hear poor Keza sobbing.
Don't be afraid, the old knight said. I mean you no harm, child. I only want the king. He wiped his sword clean on a curtain and stalked into the bedchamber, where he found Hizdahr zo Lorak, 14th of his noble name, hiding behind a tapestry and whimpering. Spare me, he begged. I do not want to die. Few do, yet all men die, regardless. Sir Barristan sheathed his sword and pulled Hizdahr to his feet. Come, I will escort you to a cell. By now, the brazen beast should have disarmed Steelskin. You will be kept a prisoner until the queen returns. If nothing can be proved against you, you will not come to harm. You have my word as a knight. So here again, Skahaz just would have killed him. But Barristan, doing things the right way, is sort of covering his ass. If they can expose that Shaved Pate is the one who set the poison locusts and not Hizdahr, then they can let him out of jail because they didn't cut his head off. So
Yeah.
he took the king's arm and led him from the bedchamber, feeling strangely lightheaded, almost drunk. I was a Kingsguard. What am I now? So, okay, I think that's probably all we need to read here. But this chapter ends with the dragons breaking out. The dragons have been loosed.
Yeah,
and Barristan was doing hardcore mythical astronomy. Barristan is like the comet here. He is charging into Khrazz, the moon, and he is giving birth to the dragons. Okay, so he's cutting open his belly, and the greasy eels come out of his belly. So that's one snaky moon meteor symbol. Khrazz knocked over the brazier, and all the coals fell to earth. So those are the falling coals are moon meteors, and they're setting the world on fire. And then you see, finally, the dragons have hatched at the end of the chapter. Oh, yeah, and also Barristan's sword turns red. So he has forged Lightbringer in the heart of Khrazz, if you will. So we've got the blood magic forging of Lightbringer, the birth of the dragons, and Barristan is basically a streaking white comet, Azor High figure as he's doing.
Oh, and then Khrazz is pale with dead eyes. He's got that long mane of hair that goes from his head all the way down his back, and it's red and black, so he's like the red comet.
I would get perhaps it's so Khrazz, if he's pale with dead eyes and he's got the hair, what's happening is that his hair is the comet and he's the moon. So he's a picture of the comet striking the moon, and then that's what he becomes when Barristan runs him through with the red sword. And the other thing about that is that Khrazz has the curved sickle blade and it gets hung above his head. So this is a moon crescent hung in the sky at the moment that he gets run through. And you could even say it's creating the two moons image, because there's one moon above the other. The crescent is one moon, his belly is the other, and it gets opened. So however you want to look at it, there's a bunch of stuff going on there. I got a couple super chats from New Zealand. Is it Glidus? Is Glidus in the chat? Oh, it's Captain Chachanka. Not that you're a disappointment, Captain Tachenka. I just got excited. Sending some love from down under. Appreciate ya. Glidus is in Australia, not New Zealand. Stoneskin is in New Zealand, though, isn't he? No, he's in Adelaide. Do I know somebody in New Zealand? I thought I did. Sorry, guys. It's like 4 hours deep. I'm a little fried, but I do have friends in low places. That's a down under joke. Ha. Okay. So let's see here. I think there's one more thing we want to read. That's the Winds of Winter sample. The 3 treasons. Okay, so we got our winds predictions.
Mm-hmm.
I think this one, the one we want from this is the speech.
Yeah, so. So 40.
Oh, great. It zooms in but doesn't. That's helpful. Let me, maybe if I do it this way. Nope. Nope. We're going to just we'll do a switch. This will work better. It's still too wide. Bloody hell.
Ah. Hi, Damon.
This is a pretty sweet chapter. We did a whole read of this chapter. They're throwing corpses through the air. The dragons are out. There's the white enameled steel, the ice dragon armor, the winter snow cloak. He's riding the silver, which is cool. But that looks really fucking sharp. Ice dragon armor riding the silver horse. Like, that looks like a hero right there. Somebody needs to draw that.
Mm-hmm.
We now have no Barristan ice dragon armor artwork at all, in fact.
Yeah.
And let's see if we can find this speech. You know our plan of attack, the White Knight said when the captains were gathered around him. We'll hit them first with our horse as soon as the gate is opened. Ride hard and fast, straight at the slave soldiers. When the legions form up, sweep around them. Take them from behind or from the flank. But do not try their spears. Remember your objectives.
The trebuchet, said the widower. The one the Yunkai called Harridan. Take it, topple it, or burn it. Jockin nodded. Feather as many of their nobles as we can. And burn their tents, the big ones, the pavilions. Kill many men, said Ramo. Take no slaves.
Sir Barristan turned in the saddle. Cat, Gogor, Cameron, your men will follow afoot. You are known as fearsome fighters. Frighten them. Scream and shout. By the time you reach the Yunkish lines, our horsemen should have broken through. Follow them into the breach and do as much slaughter as you can. Where you can, spare the slaves and cut down their masters, the noblemen and the officers. Fall back before you are surrounded.
Gogar smashed a fist against his chest.
Gogar not fall back, never.
Then Gogor die, the old knight thought, soon. But this was not the time nor place for the argument. He let it pass and said, these attacks should distract the Yunkai long... some typos here. Yeah, no idea. I think we missed a whole sentence. Rise or fall, something. Yeah, the end of his sentence is gone, and then we're into his inner monologue. But the attack should distract the Yunkai is the point. If the Yunkish commanders had any sense, they would send their horses thundering down on the eunuchs before they could form ranks, but where they were most vulnerable, his own cavalry would have to prevent that. At the sound of my horn, Grey Worm will advance in line and roll up the slavers and their soldiers. It may be that one or more Giscari legions will march out to meet them, shield to shield and spear to spear. That battle we shall surely win.
This one hears, said Grey Worm. It shall be as you say.
Listen for my horn, Sir Barristan told them. If you hear the retreat, fall back. Our walls stand behind us, packed with brazen beasts. Our foes dare not come too close, or they will find themselves in crossbow range. If you hear the horn sound, advance. Advance at once. Make for my standard. Sorry, more typo. Make for my standard Or for the queens, probably, is what he's saying. He pointed at the banners in the hands of Tumco Lo and Larak. Yeah. If your horn falls silent, Sir Knight, if you and those green boys of yours are cut down. It was a fair question. Barristan meant to be the first through the Yunkish lines. He might well be the first to die. It often worked that way. If I fall, command is yours. After you, Yokin, then Grey Worm. Should all of us be killed, the day is lost. He might have added, but they all knew that, surely, and none of them would want to hear it said aloud. Never speak of defeat before a battle, Lord Commander Hightower had told him once. When the world was young, for the gods may be listening.
And if we come upon the captain, asked the widower.
Daario Naharis, give him a sword and follow him, thought Barristan. Though Barristan Selmy had little love and less trust for the queen's paramour, he did not doubt his courage nor his skill at arms, and if he should die heroically in battle, so much the better. If there are no further questions, go back to your men and say a prayer to whatever god you believe in. Dawn will be on us soon.
A red dawn, said Yokin of the Stormcrows.
A dragon dawn, thought Barristan. Barristan likes the dragons. He's Targaryen fanboy. Okay, this is the one. Gather round me, men. Why don't you read this one?
He had done his praying earlier as his squires helped him don his armor. His gods were far away across the sea in Westeros, but if the Septons told it true, the Seven watched over their children wherever they might wander. Sir Barristan had said a prayer to the crone, beseeching her to grant him a little of her wisdom so that he might lead his men to victory. To his old friend the warrior, he prayed for strength. He asked the mother for her mercy should he fall. The father he entreated to watch over his lads, these half-trained squires who were the closest things to sons he would ever know. Finally, he had bowed his head to the stranger. You come for all men in the end, he had prayed, but if it please you, spare me and mine today, and gather up the spirits of our foes instead.
That's really cool, Tim. This is like a very earnest prayer here. Like this is the way that most people actually pray, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very relatable.
Out beyond the city walls, the distant thump of a trebuchet releasing could be heard. Dead men and body parts came spinning down out of the night. One crashed amongst the pit fighters, showering them with bits of bone and brain and flesh. Another bounced off the chainmaker's weathered bronze head and tumbled down his arm to land with a wet splat at his feet. A swollen leg splashed in a puddle not 3 yards from where Selmy sat, waiting on his queen's horse.
The pale mare, murmured Tumco Lo. Oh, the pale mare. His voice was thick, his dark eyes shiny in his black face. Then he said something in the tongue of the Basilisk Isles that might have been a prayer. So he's a Summer Islander from the Basilisk Isles. That's cool. Go ahead.
He fears the pale mare more than he fears our foes, Sir Barristan realized. His other lads were frightened too. Brave as they might be, not one was blooded yet. He wheeled his silver mare about. Gather round me, men. When they edged their horses closer, he said, I know what you are feeling. I have felt the same myself 100 times. Your breath is coming faster than it should. In your belly a knot of fear coils like a cold black worm. You feel as though you need to empty your bladder, maybe move your bowels. Your mouth is dry as the sands of Dorne. What if you shame yourself out there, you wonder? What if you forget all your training? You yearn to be a hero, but deep down inside you fear you might be a craven. Every boy feels the same way on the eve of battle. Aye, and grown men as well. Those Stormcrows over there are feeling the same thing. So are the Dothraki. There is no shame in fear, unless you let it master you. We all taste terror in our time.
I'm not afraid. The Red Lamb's voice was loud, almost to the point of shouting. Should I die, I'll go before the great shepherd of Lazar, break his crook across my knee and say to him, why did you make your people lambs when the world is full of wolves? And then I will spit in his eye.
Sir Barristan smiled. Well said, but take care that you do not seek death out there, or you will surely find it. The stranger comes for all of us, but we need not rush into his arms. Whatever might befall us on the battlefield, remember, it has happened before and to better men than you. I am an old man, an old knight,
and I have seen more battles than most of you have years. Nothing is more terrible upon this earth, nothing more glorious, nothing more absurd. You may retch, you will not be the first. You may drop your sword, your shield, your lance. Others have done the same. Pick it up and go on fighting. You may foul your breeches. I did in my first battle. No one will care. All battlefields smell of poop. You may cry out for your mother. Pray to gods you thought you had forgotten. Howl obscenities that you never dreamt could pass your lips. All of this has happened too. Some men die in every battle. More survive. East or west, in every inn and wine sink, you will find graybeards endlessly refighting the wars of their youth. They survived their battles, so may you. This you can be certain of. The foe you see before you is just another man, and like as not, he is as frightened as you. Hate him if you must, love him if you can, but lift your sword and bring it down, then ride on. Above all else, keep moving. We are too few to win the battle. We ride to make chaos, to buy the Unsullied time enough to make their spear wail.
Sir? Lerac pointed with the Kingsguard banner, even as a wordless murmur went up from 1,000 pairs of lips. Far across the city, where the shadowed steps of Marine's great pyramid shouldered 800 feet into a starless sky, a fire had awoken where once the harpy stood. Well, that's sort of a symbolic phrase of revolution. A fire had awoken where once the harpy had stood. Fire of rebellion. Rebellions are built on hope and also fire. A yellow spark at the apex of the pyramid. It glimmered and was gone again, and for half a heartbeat Sir Barristan was afraid the wind had blown it out. Then it returned, brighter, fiercer. We're definitely talking about the rebellion. Almost blown out, but then it returned. The flames swirling, now yellow, now red, now orange, reaching up, clawing at the dark. Away to the east, dawn was breaking behind the hills. Another 1,000 voices were exclaiming now. Another 1,000 men were looking, pointing, donning their helms, reaching for their swords and axes. Sir Barristan heard the rattle of chains. That was the portcullis coming up. Next would come the groan of the gate's huge iron hinges. It was time. The Red Lamb handed him his winged helm. Barristan slipped it down over his head, fastened it to his gorget, pulled up his shield, slipped his arm inside the straps. The air tasted strangely sweet. There was nothing like the prospect of death to make a man feel alive. May the warrior protect us all, he told his lads. Sound the attack. So that's awesome. Awesome writing from George. And it's cool that he gave Barristan such a speech. I mean, he speechified a little bit when he got dismissed, but this was really a speech. I mean, hate him if you must, love him if you can, but keep moving. Like, it's poetic and practical at the same time. It's inspirational. It's really incredible stuff. What are your thoughts, Tim?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he gets cut off because he was going somewhere there.
It's like, sir?
Yeah. Not to interrupt you, but something's happening. But and it's also like I also like the way they build up the his lads, all these guys, even like that one who's like, yeah, I'll not run, I smash, like total Hulk moment right there. And it's such like a contrast to the carnival that's happening on the other side with the Yunkai, where you got. And now, be fair, these are mercenaries and slave soldiers, but you got like the slaves that are chained up, they can't run away. You got the ones that are on stilts with feathers, so they're like flamingos walking around. It's like, this is horrible. Like, no one here should be on the battlefield, and that the mercenary armies are probably gonna break and run, especially when the dragons start running. They're only there for money. No one is there for any kind of loyalty to the Yunkish besides the wise masters themselves, and they're all cowards. They're not the ones that are going to do the actual fighting. So I would not be surprised if the Battle of Fire in Winds ends with the Yunkish lines breaking, because these guys have nothing really to fight for. And then when you throw the Victarion and the Ironborn in the mix, taking them unawares, It's like, this is folly. This is not a battle.
Yeah, this is kind of like this is coaching.
Mhm.
It's the difference, like with two teams. So one team has a good coach and one doesn't, or one team has good chemistry, good vibes. The other team is fighting with each other in the locker room or something. Like
They got Coach McGurk.
this is something that will tell in the battle. You know, when the other side breaks and runs, and Barristan's troops hold together in some key moment. This speech, we can look back to this speech and all the love and care that Barristan put training these kids, these young men. So, yeah, this is really, he's focusing his team. You know, he's getting them in the right mindset. He's giving them thoughts and feelings that will help them on the battlefield in these trying moments. They'll be able to fall back on this feeling of courage and boldness and resolution that Barristan has instilled in them. So, you know, it's good stuff, and it really is kind of poetic. Like, Barristan really does have a poetic side. There's no doubt. He is an eloquent gentleman. He is Sir Grandfather. Like, he really is. In the best sense, you know? So that's cool. That's Barristan. We do have a couple of wins. We talked a little bit about the idea of him going over to Fagon. You basically said this. And it's just a whole thing of like, if Barristan hears that Rhaegar's son is alive, that's going to put him in a pretty big crisis. So what if Dany doesn't know that he's fake yet? And she's determined to, you know, attack him. Maybe that'll put Barristan in a bind. I think there are so many different interesting scenarios, Tim, that could play out with Barristan and Dany and Fagon, that the more I think about it, the more I become convinced that he definitely is going to survive to get back to Westeros. And I mean, look, Westeros even has sewers. So if he needs to sneak in Westeros through the sewer and pose as an old man, like, it's just got to happen.
Yeah. And I guess the key question is like, if we get to it, it's, will Barristan be able to point out Fagon as a fake, or will he buy into the hype, and will he believe that this is Rhaegar's son? That's why I said there's so many different alleyways for Barristan's story to take, because unlike a lot of our other characters, he's a wild card. There's a lot of options open to him. These are like many some of the roads he could take. Like, I framed it in the in him joining with Fagon, but I also do like your idea of, no, maybe he'll just go there just to get eyes on the situation and report back. And then it's all gonna from there it's gonna matter, well, who do you buy into more? Do you still want to keep up for Dany, or will he fall for it? And that depends on how keen an eye that Barristan's gonna be able to place on this kid and rule him out, fake or not, real or not, and go from there.
What I was trying to figure out is, how would Barristan know that Fagon is fake, or be able to determine? He didn't see the corpses.
And
he didn't see, and not that you'd be able to recognize someone from seeing them as a baby anyway.
Exactly.
A mutilated.
Yeah. Because that's what makes the line so open, is like, there's no one who can say like, oh, he's acting differently than what he normally acts. He was a baby when he died. No one knew what he was gonna be like. He never had the chance to grow up and form a personality.
I was trying to think, well, he's got very intimate knowledge of Rhaegar and all their doings, so is there some knowledge-based thing that could expose him? But not really. And Jon Con knows all of Rhaegar's business too, so I'm not sure. He probably won't have a way of knowing. He might be caught in the middle, like not knowing. Yeah, that's probably more interesting.
He might fall for it. That's the thing. We don't know. Barry's like I said, Barry's a wild card. He's one of the ones that, like, we're not going to be able to make a clear-cut thing until we actually have wins in hand to confirm.
Yeah, I thought about the birthmark thing, Steerpike's sister. Barristan's like, show me your left ankle. Aha!
He had an apple-shaped birthmark on his left butt cheek.
We'll see. We'll see. He'll peg the Golden Company as being anti-Targ. Yeah, he might look around to recognize some of these fools and be like, hey, I slew a Toyne in the Kingswood one time.
Mm.
What if
Yeah.
Septa Lemore is a Shara Dane? Well, I don't think she can be, because a Shara Dane has purple eyes, and Tyrion would have noticed those. I feel very strongly that rules out that theory. But if I'm wrong about that somehow, well, let's just say this. If a Shara Dane turns up, because she could be out there somewhere, let's just say that. If she turned up and Barristan had a moment, it would be very meaningful for Barristan and confusing for a Shara Dane. She'd be like, you what? 60 years ago? What? It's like, this would be Quaithe by now, or something. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know if that's coming. Yeah, she's in the swamp with Howland. Exactly. Howland be like, what are you trying to say about my wife? Old man. There's a huge age gap, guys. Barristan is like, how old is he at Harrenhal? I've got it right here. He's 44. And Ashara's like 19. I don't know. I guess I'm 45. I'm not trying to date 19-year-olds, but I guess it's medieval times or whatever. Yeah, it's just like, if you didn't say anything to her, then like this was a thing that Barristan had going in his own mind that Ashara was probably never aware of, and obviously had much bigger problems to worry about. So that's a little, yeah, over twice her age. In any case, yeah, I don't think that one necessarily needs to come back around, but maybe it could be a moment for him. I don't know.
Yeah. So it's all gonna, if Barristan somehow winds up in the Fagon camp, it's all gonna come down to how astute is he in this situation. Will he see him for a faker, or will he believe like, no, this might actually be Rhaegar's son? And if he is Rhaegar's son, then I have the wrong of it by supporting Dany. I should be supporting this one because he has the better claim.
Yeah, if Lemore was a Shara Dane, she would probably know the truth as well, that it wasn't really Rhaegar's son. But if she was playing along and that was a Shara, then maybe that would convince Barristan. But I really don't think Lemore can be a Shara myself. But yeah, Barristan loves killing Blackfires. That's true. So if he can if he figures out that this smells like Blackfire Rebellion number 7, that will definitely be a thing. Yeah, see, Summertime, I don't think so. I don't think Barry's going to die anytime soon. I think he's becoming too interesting. But I don't know. I guess you do have to kill people to move the story along.
Yeah. Which brings us to the next one, which it's less fun, but it's still one that I personally like, and it comes from Tony Teflon, and that is the other theory I had regarding Barry's story, Vic's bucket list.
Okay, so what's this theory?
So this is I first heard this one from Tony Teflon. So shout out to Tony. This is based on Barristan's internal thoughts during his fight with Khrazz, combined with Vic's yearning to be remembered in the Reaver. So we just read the Khrazz part, where Barristan notes like the different notes, like fighting a man with wearing armor versus fighting a man without one, and Vic is always wearing that Kraken armor, which he's wearing when he fights Talbot Seri. In the Reaver, which we read before, Victarion honors Sir Talbot Seri, but he also laments that he isn't a well-known name. By the time he meets Makoro, he no longer refers to him by name and may have even forgotten it. When he shows Makoro his wound, he had a rose on the shield, the man who gave this to me, I got scratched by a thorn. Barristan the Bold, however, that is a name. People will remember him, and people will remember the name of the man who killed him. And then Tony rounds this out by saying, with all of our different plot points that are converging on Meereen, that we're going to have too many POVs in one spot. Dany's return, from the Dothraki Sea, Tyrion showing up, Barristan and Victarion. That's 4 POVs all in the same spot. If George wants to start thinning out the numbers, logically, who do you start with? Well, Dany and Tyrion aren't going to get killed, but that means that puts Barristan and Victarion on the chopping block if George wants to thin out the POV numbers.
Yeah, I could definitely see Barristan and Victarion coming to blows. My money's on Barristan, though, if that happens, as long as they both have armor, but they might not. So, and Victarion's pretty fierce too. It is definitely more in his prime. Shout out to all the age gap relationships. Definitely not, meaning to obviously shame or heap scorn or shade or anything on anybody's thing. I think the way to talk about Barristan and Ashara is it's one of those things. It's like, oh, you had a crush on Ashara Dane, did you? You and half the other people at the tournament. Like, she's the most beautiful, eye-catching woman in the realm. And she's 19 and she's unmarried. So it's kind of like saying you have a crush on some celebrity. It's like, okay, cool. She doesn't know. You know what I mean? So that's kind of it. The fact that it's a little bit of an age gap just makes it slightly more like, oh, you think the 19-year-old's beautiful. Okay, well, congratulations. That makes you very special, That's kind of the thing. But I don't think it's written to be like Barristan is creepy. Obviously, there's nothing in Barristan's character that's creepy. He's literally the soul of courtesy and chivalry and consideration and all that stuff, obviously, like Dany is completely safe with Barristan. Barristan is not Jorah, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, you think Sydney Sweeney's hot, do you? Right, exactly. It's like, okay. But yeah, I think it's meant to be more like to show Barristan as a Kingsguard. He has that infertility symbolism of the others. He can't express his love. He gives up his marriage. He doesn't have kids. So it's all silent and held back and restrained.
But now he's got this whole brood of adopted sons, these lads that he's training. Like you said, these are the closest things to sons he'll ever have. And you could tell, like, he loves these kids. He doesn't want any of them to die.
Yeah, he really is, like I said, Sir Grandfather in the best ways. That old lion, but don't mess with him, still. So yeah. George does love this kind of character. We see some of these characters in the North, the Umbers and people like that, the Great John, and is it Morris Crowfood that's all, or Hothar that's all white to wintry?
Horsebane is the one that's, and he's also the one that's leading the Greybeards because Crowsfood has the Green Boys.
So yeah. All right, so I think that's pretty much Barristan. I already said my predictions that he's going to sneak into King's Landing again. That just seems so well set up. It's got the sewers. He snuck into the sewers before. He's done this so many times with the, that's the thing is, like, even though he's well known, people overlook old people. It's like, what's another old dude with a beard and a hood? Like, you just don't look at him hard enough to recognize him or think anything suspicious of him. So he really is ideally suited to sneak into King's Landing if someone needs to do it.
Yeah. I like it too. Like I said, I brought up the Vix bucket list one. Just again, we gave praise to Glidus, so praise to Tony Teflon. I'm not married to it. I do think it's I think it works because it makes sense in context, right? You may not like it, but you can't deny Tony's reasoning and coming to the conclusion. Like he definitely built it on a solid foundation. And it is true, we do have a lot of POVs converging in one spot, but if Barristan gets another way of solving that problem, if not to kill Barristan, is to send him back to King's Landing so we don't have so many POVs in one spot, and then follow through with the Vic is going to blow the dragon horn because that thing's calling out to him. I always think of the scene in Beavis and Butthead when they're in woodshop and Beavis sticks his finger in the saw. in the circular saw, like that is Vic and the dragon horn. It's calling out to him. He's gonna blow it somehow, some way, and whether or not it's gonna kill him, if the fire hand is gonna give him immunity, or if it's gonna turn out that no, Euron has already filled the prerequisites and done some kind of magic shenanigans that's gonna suck out Vic's soul. Something's gonna happen.
That really stood out to me, Tim, when I did my Viserion Victarion video and I was researching that idea. Like, he's definitely going to blow the horn. And I like the idea of him thinking that he'll be able to do it because of his fire hand. Like, that's just the perfect, it makes just enough sense for someone like Victarion. So,
yeah, it makes it for Victarion to think, like, it won't work on me because of to have Victarion think that he's going to somehow, some way one up Euron, because along with the bucket list, that is another thing that Vic always wants to do. He wants to get ahead of Euron to be able to turn the tables on him, only for like Euron to just be like, no, bitch, you thought, look how the turntables. I've already had this all set up because I knew that you were going to do that. I knew exactly what you were going to do.
Vic's already a completely hateable and detestable character, but I will really hate him if he kills Barristan. That will actually piss me off. Will we learn more about Arthur Dayne through Barristan, says Arthur. Yeah, probably. Barristan is a great window into Rhaegar RLJ stuff. That's another thing. That's why I think he should be around. Like, he's got a lot more to tell Dany, I feel like. So... yeah. Because Dany can learn about Azor Ahai stuff with her glass candle going to a shy, but RLJ stuff is more like Barristan's sweet spot. So yeah. And the POVs, George doesn't have to, like, if people come together, he doesn't have to give them all POVs. Like, he can skip a little bit. And yeah, I think, Dany's going to be doing things with her dragons. It might be interesting to see that from Barristan's perspective as she's burning Volantis, for example, and he's having mixed, like, oh, is this the right thing to do? I think it is. You could do some of that Barristan waffling. So.
Yeah.
Cool.
No, Vic will not kill Barristan. Well, if he does, we go yell at Tony. He's the one who said it out loud and let that genie out of the bottle.
I don't think Victarion's going to live much longer. He's going to blow that horn and end up in the dragon. And then the dragon's going to be out.
I do think we're going to get at least one chapter of what you said, like the Three Stooges show of Tyrion, Barristan, and Vic all in one room together.
It's too delightful not to. Yeah, I have to think George is going to write a little bit of that. So. All right, guys. Well, Tim, thanks for coming on. It really was good to have you back. Lifted me right out of the strange mood I was in with the gamification of the chat at the beginning and other technical difficulties that we don't need to talk about. You pulled me right back into the world of Westeros and fun, and I just appreciate you. And I know all the chat appreciates you as well. So if you haven't subscribed to Tim's channel, please do. Click on his name in the description, Greyways Tim. It'll be a little blue hyperlink. Take you right to the channel. You can subscribe, check out his videos. And, of course, you can find Tim here, about half the time or so, I guess. I don't know, something like that. So, next, just let everyone know what we've got coming. Dracomorph produced video this week on Wednesday. Should be Wednesday. I might be doing a secret recording stream on Friday. So, Discord people, I'll be announcing that in the Discord. If you join Patreon, make sure you click on the Discord link and join Discord. And stuff like that. And next Sunday, we will be doing Brienne. I'm pretty sure. Tim, are you around next Sunday?
I think so. I'll let you know. I'll make sure.
The plan is to do Brienne and then Tyrion with a new guest who you guys have not met before in 2 weeks for Tyrion. We'll do Tyrion on Father's Day. That'll be especially diabolical. So, hey, Dad. The crossbow wanged. Anyway, easy chat. I know, poor choice of words. Yeah. We're doing the characters one by one. That's what it is. It's just like that. Anyways, you get the point. This has been a successful Barristan stream. I feel like we've spent 4 hours with Barristan. I feel like we know him a lot better.
Yeah. not a character you think would have, you might not think we would have so much to say about, but the more you go digging, the more you see, like, no, there's a lot to this guy. I mean, part of it's because he's lived so long. He's one of our oldest characters, and so by virtue of that, there's a lot of history that comes with him.
Yeah, and as we can see, he stays sharp. You know, he talks about that mindset of a Kingsguard, like the knives could come from anywhere. Like, he's very vigilant, and then once he stopped that job, then he is now going in disguise and crossing the sea. Like, incredible initiative too. If you think we didn't talk about that, like his decision to seek out Dany. Like, he could have just retired and gone somewhere or joined Rob's army. He could have done a bunch of things. But he did, like, the most idealistic thing. He's like, no, I served the Targaryens. Robert was a mistake. There's a Targaryen out there in the world. I'm going to go seek them out and protect them like a Kingsguard. So he's kind of like going back to his oath to the Targaryen dynasty and still acting as though he's a Kingsguard and going to protect the one Targaryen that's in the world. So that's pretty epic. It's very bold. It's a lot of initiative. And it's just like, you know, wheelbarrow size. Like, it's just like, this is the right thing to do. So I'm going to cross the world, you know, and do it as a 57-year-old because I'm 60-year-old because I'm just like a boss like that, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
63. He's 63. So yeah, Barristan is pretty friggin' cool. Definitely was worth the time to talk about. And yeah, it'll be a sweet moment when he comes back. Dany, you know, gets back to Meereen, and Barristan's held it down for her, and she's got something to come back to. So, thank you, Chad. Thank you, Tim, and we'll see you on Wednesday with the Dracomorph video, and next Sunday, hopefully with Brienne. So, cheers, guys.
Night.